Holy Emmanuel, I Selassie, yeah, that's alright.
Family, is it all right if I sing the praise God instead of the other one what we did choose?
Up to the eye, my lord.
My Lord.
There is
Come again, Empress Street. We're not hearing.
there is a fountain filled with love, drawn from Emmanuel Emmanuel vein, and Israel plunged beneath the flood, lose all their guilty stain, lose all their guilty stain, that dying thief rejoice to see that fountain in his day, and there may I, thou vile as he, washed all my sin away, washed all my sin away, their sins by faith. I saw the stream, thy flowing supply, redeeming love has been my theme, and shall be till I live, and shall be till I live. I live then in a nobler, sweeter song. I'll sing thy power to save, when this poor listening stammering tongue lives joyful the life, live joyful in life.
Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Heaven declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, night unto night showeth forth knowledge. There is no speech, no language where your voice is not heard, the black cries. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah,
Ah,
Rastafari.
that's alright.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment on our head that went onto our beard, even Aaron's beard that went onto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descend upon the mountain of Zion. For me the Lord commandeth his blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign in the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. And cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. As he shall serve him, it shall be accounted to the Lord for a generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness unto a people that shall be born, that he had done this, working salvation in the hands of the earth, to black Christ. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for another day of fellowship and reasoning. Give thanks for the ABIC, Council and Council of Elders. Seat up and, showing forth the understanding that the Father has given unto us, one to another, and fellowshipping with each other. Do give thanks, my Lord, for the Ethiopian Women Freedom Liberation League, the mighty, strong arm of the Congress, the Women's League. We do glorify each and every one. And we will go into our choruses today. We had one, but somehow the God didn't show me sing this one here. Praise God. 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 One more time. Praise God. 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 And praise God, my Lord. Praise God. Praise God. Praise God. Praise God. Praise God. Praise God in a holy Mount Zion, 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 holy Mount Zion, Zion, Selassie, Jah. Rastafari. Foundation is in the holy mountain of Zion. Lord, over the gates of Zion, Mount and places of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of the O city of God. Sila, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress, Majesty bless. And we continue with the Honorable Priest Germain, my Lord.
Blessed Love Royal family. Give thanks to the international community. Give thanks for all ones even gathered here. And a greetings, Salamna, Kwaba, whichever welcome, suits you best. We do give thanks for ones and ones joining. It is a joy to see all gathered here, not as a congregation, but as a community of seekers. Today, we are going to explore a truth that is often overlooked in the noise of the modern world. The profound connection between the way we live within our own four walls and the way our spirit breathes. The sanctuary of the ordinary. We often think of spirituality as something that happens elsewhere, on a mountaintop, in a temple, or during a retreat. But the reality is that our spiritual functions are fueled by our domestic practices. How we wake up, how we prepare our food, how we tend to our space, and how we treat those under our roof. These are the gaze of our internal life. When our domestic habits are chaotic, our internal peace is often the first casualty. When we infuse our daily courses with intention, we turn a mundane routine into a living meditation. Beyond the label, why we reject religion. You may notice that we stay clear of the word religion, while that word provides comfort for many. It often carries the weight of rigid dogma, historical baggage, and us versus them mentalities. We are chosen to move beyond that title of these for these specific reasons. Practice over profession. We aren't interested in what you call yourself. We are interested in how you live. Spirituality is a verb, not a noun. Internal authority. 2. Religion often asks you to look outward for rules. We believe in looking inward to sharpen your own discernment and connection to the divine or the universal. And 3, universal acceptability. By rejecting the label of religion, we move the walls. You don't need a membership card to access the sacred. It is already presented in your kitchen, your garden, and your quietest moments. Setting the intention. As we begin today, I invite you to look at your own home life, not as a series of tasks to be completed, but as a primary laboratory for your own soul's growth. The way we do anything is the way we do everything. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Peace and love.
Majesty bless Honorable Priest Jermaine, and we call on our beloved Secretary Honorable Empress Diane for our card. Empress Diane.
Blessed greetings, my Lord and Empress. This is Empress Trisha stepping in for Honorable Empress Diane. And give thanks and welcome to all once again. We give thanks for this priest reasoning number 13, and for all ones who are present. Roll call today, April 12th, 2026. Honorable Priest Aimsley.
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present, family.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Out of love, family.
Honorable Priest Jermaine.
Blessed love royal family.
Honorable Priest Seven.
Gods and goddesses, listen.
Honorable Priest Adigan. Honorable Priest Barry Sababo.
Rastafari bless.
That's it. Honorable Priest Barry.
Blessed love, Mama.
Honorable Priest Taharka.
The priest might still mute.
Honorable Priest Mafu Tata. Priest Tata. Honorable Empress Miriam.
Blessed love Empress.
Honorable Empress Lily May.
Blessed love royal family.
Honorable Empress Cindy.
Blessed love royal family.
Honorable Empress Akim.
Blessed love royals.
Honorable Empress Nosifo.
Blessed love royal family.
And myself, Honorable Empress Tricia. Let the records reflect that there are 15 members present at the beginning of today's roll call. And before I turn the floor over to Honorable Empress Akim, 1 second, let me share my screen. We ask ones to remain hydrated, whether you drink your fruit water, regular water, spring water, coconut water, whatever type of water that you may have. We ask that you keep hydrated throughout the entire program. We also ask that you get your pens and paper. There are many questions that are going to be posed today. It is an interactive reasoning today. So we ask ones to write, we have questions and you may have an answer or a response. You can just jot it down. We also ask that you like, share, and subscribe as we are live streaming on the EABIC Council of Elders YouTube station, my Lord and Empress. And before I leave, I would like to say the most powerful weapon on earth is a human soul on fire. The significance, it emphasizes that an unstoppable spirit can overcome immense obstacles and drive change, innovation, and resilience. My Lord and Empress, Honorable Empress Akim, I turn the floor over to the Blessed.
Blessed love royals, blessed love. I give thanks for this opportunity to share words of wisdom, encouragement, and just some thought-provoking words to give the opportunity to think, about our purpose in life. When I was given this duty today, I thought about who would I share, what words from whom I would share. And I humbled myself and said, you know what? Speak your words. So what I'm sharing with you today are actually meditations of my own. One other thing that I love to do is write. And so I will share my writings. Okay. Give thanks. To whom much is given, much is required. What do you hold? What do you possess? Many run away from, ignore, and sabotage their spiritual and creative abilities and responsibilities due to their refusal to be held accountable to the purpose of their lives. We all belong to Source, to the great I Am, to the universe, to nature. We each have a divine responsibility to operate daily in the co-creating of all that is. Either you are giving to or taken away from the life force of existence. Energetically and vibrationally, you are a positive, negative, stagnant, or neutral contributor to humanity. Question: what is your exchange? It is a necessary and continual reflective duty to check yourself every day to see where you stand with self and others as a co-creator within this mechanism we call life. Who is the man or woman in the mirror? Selah. Pause for a moment, meditate and reflect. As long as you have breath, you play a part, you have a role. What are your actions? You are unique. There is no other like you. No one can compete with you. You are in a contest all on your own, competing with self to become the best version of yourself. So, with every rising of the sun and the going down of the same, ask the Most High, what am I here to do? What is my divine purpose? What is the content of my character on this stage called life? Am I playing my role well? Then the scripture came to me, 1 Peter 4:10 through 11. Jah has given each of us, each of you, a gift from his great variety of spiritual gifts. Use them well to serve one another. Do you have the gift of speaking? Then speak as though Jah himself were speaking through you. Do you have the gift of helping others? Do it with all the strength and energy that Jah supplies. Then everything you do will bring glory to Jah through Jesus Christ. All glory and power to him forever and ever. Amen and Ashe. I give thanks. Blessed.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress, give thanks for sharing such inspirational words. You know, as the Empress said, let us look internal in ourselves. You know, that is what the religion come and do, make we look out of ourselves. So we give thanks for such inspiring words, Honorable Empress Akim.
Through the
Majesty.
chair,
My Lord,
before I go too far, my lord, I just wanted to say, Empress, mighty words. Maya Angelou couldn't have done it better, Empress. Give thanks, you know? Everything you said was right on point. Glory
Oh,
and give
blessed.
thanks. Yes, I.
Rastafari, my Lord, Majesty. And we continue with our agenda moving forward. Blessed love to everyone on this glorious day. Today, the priest reasoning will be in two parts. First, I and I will be looking at how our domestic practices affect our spiritual behavior. In a nutshell, how we live our personal life and in our space, it can affect the way we think and perform our priestly duties. They say, how a man thinks, so is he. Our thoughts dictate our actions. That often critical analysis and critical of others, we will find bringing up personal life circumstances foster their ways. Continue. A caring and loving person is slow to anger and refrain from judging. A person who is surrounded this time be a clean-hearted thinker. A judgmental person whose first thought is to cast aspirations on others will prove themselves difficult within the family. A compassionate and understanding person will foster a Christ-like mannerisms, seeking always to save souls instead of casting them into damnation. If a person grew up in an unforgiving and harsh environment, they will sometimes develop similar ways. So let us today reflect on ourselves, and in so doing, seek to understand each other as the grounding begins. Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. It's my Lord and Empress. So we see it. Questions for discussion. You know, what was the essence of the teachings of Christ? When we refer to Christ, is it a male energy or a persona?
At this point, the floor is now open for us to respond.
Blessed love, Empress.
The floor is now open for ones to respond. This is an
Okay.
interaction.
Yes, yes, yes. So, we are encouraging dialogue. So you could even hear your own thoughts. It's very important. Sometimes we live in our heads, and sometimes you hear your own thoughts. It strengthens you too. So, number one question, what was the essence of the teachings of Christ? And we also use this exercise not to, when we're responding, respond to the point. Sometimes, we go all around and articulate and illustrate. And so we're teaching ourselves how to respond to certain things directly. It's an exercise, my Lord and Empress. So the first question we say, what was the essence of the teachings of Christ? My Lord and Empress, anyone want to respond to that? Floor is open. And we know it's some thought provoking, but we don't want the silence. This is our, platform where we come on to edify ourselves, So we were calling for what the participation and the thoughts, one of us feel no way to figure, like I wonder wow, next one I would think when then. No, we want that freedom of expression on this platform, my lord. So again, what was the essence of the teachings of Christ, my Lord and Empress?
To the chair.
Honorable Priest.
Yes, royal family, give thanks. Give thanks for the privilege of sitting among the family of Christ and participating in such a discussion. The essence of the teachings of Christ is to love one another as he loved I and I. See, the most important commandment, do unto others as I and I would have others do unto I and I. These were some of the central teachings of Christ. Be the strength when your brothers and sisters are in a weakened state. We are here to be the strength for one another, not to be standing or sitting or walking or running in condemnation of one another, but to be a pillar of strength. You know, in this life as humans, we are fallible. We face temptations. Oftentimes we overcome them, but sometimes we succumb. When we find ourselves in that moment, there's a song, an old song that says, "Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you to carry on." Yeah, that's what the teaching of Christ, the essence of the teachings of Christ is about. Being there for one another. Not when things are good and things are pretty and right, but when things are dark, dismal, chaotic, confusing, when there's sorrow and pain, agony, that's when you need that voice, that loving, caring, compassionate voice to speak beyond that darkness, to say, I am here, lean on me. Father love you just as much as he loves I and I. See, sometimes you just need that reassurance, within that moment of weakness, to know that while you might be condemning yourself, the Father is greater than you, greater than your heart. He frees you up. That's why he says his mercy endureth forever. See? And so is the Father, so is the Son. I and I also must extend that endless mercy to one another. See? Because the man said, the viler the sinner, the richer the blood. Not meaning now, that I and I should wallow in our folly. But that when those moments of weakness come, rise beyond them. The strength of your brothers and sisters, rise beyond them. So to I, that's the essence of the teachings of Christ, my Lord and
My
Emperor.
Lord. Give thanks, honorable priest, for that, expounding on that thing. And, sometimes I try to, slightest thing where you see your works going. And today, the welcome the platform gave to Empress Cindy, I felt that appreciation in her back. And that's what I do of Christ also. We make our loved ones feel loved. We let them know we miss you. How are you doing? It might sound corny in this world today where it's so much glamour and glitter and the instant. This is why we represent the anciency. A new name, Rastafari, but at the ancient meditation. Give thanks to our anointed teacher who come and show us to ourselves. He said, the same God in you and the same God in you. Yes, I try to do it right. My Lord and Empress, before the floor is open.
Through the chair,
Honorable priest.
I would say the essence is to develop the Christ consciousness in itself and become a Christ man and Christ woman. You know, when we develop that Christ consciousness, we develop awareness. Everything the priest mentioned, we develop awareness of that and how to handle that. You know, so that Christ consciousness, it will be as the very air we breathe. Because when you block your throat and you can't breathe, you say you're unconscious. You see it?
Hmm.
So when I and I
Mm-hmm.
have that Christ consciousness, we continually breathe it, inhale and exhale the Christ consciousness. So that awareness, yes, I see that also as the essence. You know,
My Lord.
my Lord and Empress.
My
Yes.
Lord, give thanks. Mhm.
Floor is open.
Yes, I would like to speak. I give
Yes.
thanks for the words that were spoken before now because it helped me to gather my thoughts. One thing that Priest Seven just said, two words, Christ consciousness. Many ones who are still indoctrinated when it comes to religion don't like those two words. And I've experienced that before. And I've shared on this platform too. There's been a time when I would reason in some rooms on social media and I would say I'm a Christ conscious person and they would put fire upon me because and we all come from the church, right? That is typically the background of us, our people. But when you rise above and you take a different approach and you elevate instead of just being taught about Christ and now you embody Christ consciousness, ones shun that because they feel like it's blasphemy. And I believe and know that Christ came to teach us how to be Christ also, because the word says that we would do greater. Many ones don't want to cross that path. And because it causes you to have to be more responsible for what you do, what you say. And it is a very difficult life to be Christ conscious in a world that is less than righteous, right? Or actions that surround us are less than righteous. And so when I think about the essence of the teachings was to give us instruction on how to live our lives day to day, you know? And so I give thanks for the teachings because they're instructions, for how we're supposed to walk, even the temptations and the things that come up against us in this life, um, the words that give us the strength to be able to stand strong when you're beating down by life, because when we choose a certain liberty, the world will shun it, even your own parents, you know, even your own siblings, ones would say, oh, you're trying to be holier than thou, you're trying to be better than, but we're all been taught the same thing, you know what I mean? But it's ones that say, okay, I choose to live this way, who are beat down, but there's comfort in the word, that this will come, You know, these things will come up against you, but you can stand, you know. So I give thanks for the teaching, you know, and now at a higher awareness, the Christ consciousness, because now I seek to become like Christ and do the will, you know, and do the works. So give thanks.
Majesty bless. And you know, one thing we have to give thanks for each other. So we could even practice that Christ consciousness to even radiate, not to say we just, you know, with each other and forget the world, you know. But each other is a practice ground. We get to practice that on, you know, as for lack of a better word, unconditional love, that brother and sisterly love, you know, so that when we live it amongst us, it become a way of life, it radiates, it becomes in our every thought and words and deed where we move through. And there's a Christ meditation. That doesn't mean to say we naive or we just need, you know, no, but we Christ conscious. My Lord and
Through the
Empress.
chair.
Glory. Honorable
Through the
priest.
chair, my lord. Through the chair.
My Lord.
Why Empress Hakim? I don't know. They are depend point to the Empress. Really, really depend point. Because see the word them where I speak is the same situation that Prince Emmanuel in the problem with the rest of the other races. That is what cause a whole for the street. When they rise up in them Christ consciousness and declare it, it's the same reaction as the I say. Mother Bridget say you go on like you're blaspheming, you're better than thou. Which is the same thing where them that is one of the reasons when them say them crucify the Christ, you know. Him a blaspheme. Say him is God and he's but man. Okay. So that's the understanding we work for one don't get. You know, and we want to make it look away when I want reaching at themselves of self per se and become conscious. You lick it on the Empress. All of what you said about your family is same sort of other racist family did with King Emmanuel. And I did feel a way when I did first hear certain fullness of King Emmanuel. But I put an eye duty for go visit him and sitting with him and really see from him now, where him really I say, instead of when me hear another man ask I and I tell I about. Because the way the one them will come to you more time and tell you is like, you know who me I deal with. So I was glad that I could have go sit with him and know say I fully understand and understand exactly where I come from. And that is why I always try and support the man from that time till this time and forever. My Lord and Empress. Word.
My Lord.
Chair.
Bless. Yes, Empress.
And in my own irates, he never said that he is the universal creator or that universal intelligence that created all things. Because we know, I think what happens is many times people they kind of pair that universal intelligence or that Christ to that universal intelligence, while Christ is just a title. It's a title given to a person or man, preferably, well, as we know it, who shows that exemplary life or lives that exemplary life. So come and to teach ones a specific purpose, to teach ones of who they are and what how they're supposed to live and what they're supposed to be doing versus the universal intelligence who created all things. To the second question, when we refer to Christ, is it male or female energy? And it could be just because we are in a male-dominated society that we often refer to the Christ figure as a man and seldom look at the exemplary living or the exemplary lives of women who have come before our ancestors, who have done exemplary things, have shown exemplary living, have, you know, even to Empress Menen. That's why it was so difficult for many races to even acknowledge the Empress as a godhead. Also, So that's my saying. I give thanks. Yeah, that universal intelligence versus that the Christ man or the Christ woman is two differences that we seem to get disconnected all the time, my Lord and Empress. Blessed Lord.
Point of
Rastafari.
clarity through here.
Go ahead,
Point of,
Honorable.
yeah, point of clarity. Family, again, this is why I love this platform. We get to clear up a lot of things. Wherein you have some races out there that may have taken offense to King Emmanuel's way of life. The general across the board members of his time, his peers, those that rose up before him, with him, and after him, they were the ones that elevated him to the title of shepherd, wherein they may not have seen him as the followers, as Bobo Ashanti see him. They saw that glory in him as well, because in the days of Bakawal, the days of Nazareth, he was known as the shepherd. That's why he was the one that was able to call that 1958 conference and gather all the races. Remember, we have to look at history to fully understand the tradition. It wasn't someone else that called the 1958 first international groundation among Rastafari. It was King Emmanuel. And everyone answered his call. Many who were comsome, what they call comsome, meaning that they did not wear a locks at the time, but they professed the levity as Rastafari. They put on their locks after that 1958 convention. People like Raspido, Brother Goody Goody, all of those
Father
brethren
Goody Smith.
put on their locks after going to that convention and listening to the high priest speak. So they all across the board respected the divinity that he showed, that he expressed in his life. Now, over time, Babylon infiltrated and they caused, they use we call it the Willie Lynchism, the divide and rule mechanism to separate us off, because after the destruction of Bakawal, prior to the destruction of Bakawal, prior to the destruction of Bakawal, Rastafari met together as one unit. It was after the destruction of Bakawal that 15 groups rose up because the brethren them had to scatter and find refuge in different regions. And each man being a king in himself rose up a kingdom, rose up a set of followers. And now within that division where 15 groups came out of one, that mentality was driven in among us to be competitive, to try to elevate to the top of the pack instead of working together as a unit, So we have to look at the full context through history, through what is recorded of what happened back then to get the full picture. Blessed love, family.
So would like to speak also precisely.
Rastafari.
My lord. You can
So would
still
like
come
to
back up the second question, Empress.
Rastafari.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
General,
my lord.
yes. Priest Bariso, the floor recognizes
Rastafari.
you. Yeah, the floor recognizes
Blessed,
you.
blessed, blessed, blessed love. Oh, what fellowship, oh, what joy divine, leaning on the ever living arm. Give thanks once again that I man could be a part of this glorious reasoning among ourselves as priests and priests. You know, give thanks for the opening remarks. Give thanks for the song of singing. You know, give thanks to all who is on the platform. You know, my mind still, you know, I did a little writing around the essence of the Christ. But before me going at it still, hearing the item question towards it still, you know, I thought maybe the priest reasoning would be a more a unification, you know. But anyway, give thanks still for say well the effort which made for say well for bring I and I together still that we still could have reason still, you know. Yeah, I man did do that write a book still, you know, and I man did make even a draft around the essence of Christ, of Jesus the Christ, Emmanuel. And hearing the Empress, Honorable Empress Trisha a while ago just speaking about the title. Yeah, if I'm permitted to really say to read a paragraph, just a paragraph of it still, yeah, as part of the question of the essence of the teaching of Christ.
My Lord, freedom.
Rastafari. The essence of Jesus the Christ, Emmanuel, the anointed one, the minister of love, an official title, mean the minister and master of love, who manifested himself in human form, is the high priest who was clothed in the form of human, that man could see his glory as perfection, is the ultimate of human life, and his human life was and is wholly given to bring his will to triune will, the deficit will, and when this has done, his earthly tasks all were done. As a pattern for the sons of man to show the possibility to man that what he Christ have done, all man can do. But man has to first purify his heart and soul with faith, and then the spirit of the Christ, the King, will enter in his heart, and you will see his face. The high priest of Salem, the Christ who lived when Abraham lived and pointed out to man the way of life through sacrifice by abstaining oneself from the lust of the world. When this done, the Christ will take possession of the soul. The works is done, and man and Jah are one, and is from the man of low estate. He will select 12 men who will represent the immortal thought, and these will be the model church, the pattern, and man can never slay the truth, for truth will subjugate the world, and the model church, I and I, will live. Man, the universal church, will stand, the man with clean hands and pure heart, and will be built according to the pattern which was given as the kingdom of the soul that shall be established on the 7 hills, and the prime of peace will take his seat upon the throne of power, and the triune God will then be all in all. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
My Lord, give
My Lord,
thanks. Rastafari.
yeah, this is where I man did do in a iBook, but then hearing the question tonight around it, it's like it just touch a card there, you know,
Rastafari.
as him
Yes, sir.
say, man is like to a harpist card. If the string too tight, it bring a inharmony, and if it too slack, it bring a inharmony also. So you have to find a balance, you know. So give thanks still to say, well, then
My
Iman could really be a part of this reasoning still, where could I really bring forth even this little note where Iman did really draft still within I book, you know. But looking forward for some more than the reasoning that more be like, oh, we can reconcile yourself as priest and priest, because yes, in a sense, many are we still may not really, as we are say, within the oneness of the Christ. So I and I, as the council of elders, can really bring forth some kind of reconciliation, not diverting away from the question still, but just putting forward an I suggestion around the whole, around it still.
my Lord.
Rastafari.
Well, I give thanks to all your suggestions and your input, my lad. But it's directly that is why we rise in this program, because we see it where if a man can have a better understanding of first himself, give man tools where they can see one of the reasons earlier past where they say you have to look in at yourself. So when a man could have did see in himself with it, get the proper tools and encouragement. That means to say no, he's a more informed person who more apt to make a conscious decision. So this is where we start from. It come like, and I'll open the floor after this. It come like a allegory when I bring, when I say, you're climbing up a tall ladder and you reach all the way up halfway, but then you realize you have two rungs above your bin. And you say, what you do? If you take a chance to leap over it, you might fall. So they say the proper answer is that we come down off of the ladder, we fix the broken rung, we reinforce each or every other round, and put the ladder back up and taking it one step at a time. So that's theory that we use. These kind of topics, I like. The second question, Empress, when we refer to Christ, is it a male energy or a persona? Quickly moving to, floor is open.
To the chair. As we, anyone else want to come in, will be free to come in. I just wanted to touch on that one point, where the priest, expressed the fact that he thought it would be something geared towards a greater unity of oneself. And as the I rightly say, Honorable Chair, it is that exact purpose, because what it's not just looking at one another and our ways and so forth. It seems like among I and I, who are professing to be the family of Christ, we don't fully understand the teachings of Christ. We don't understand
Rastafari.
the whole concept of Christ, because if we did, then we would know that do unto others as we would have them do unto you. There would be no this level of discord that we find among ourselves. There would be no lambasting of one another, no negative names being thrown out, and titles. We love to title one another in these negative ways, and undermine each other with those titles. We would see that no matter where a man is on his journey, he might not be in the same space as I or the next one. They are just in the space that they are, and it is through the love, the teachings of the love, knowing what the love is and how the love is supposed to feel, how the love is supposed to come across, that we will take time, be tolerant, be patient with one another, as that person that may be slower than I and I to grasp things reach up to the level where we would like them to be. So this whole process is expressing the teachings of Christ. Here the questions asked, what is the essence of the teaching? It makes one go in the mind and have to think about it to respond. And as you think about it individually, you get a greater understanding. When you listen to your brethren as well, expressing what he understands, it gives you another greater understanding. So it is together we are doing this. We are repairing the breach together because no one of I and I have the solution. No one of I and I. It's going to take all of I and I standing in love with one another to really build that solution that we seek. That solution which is unity. How do we get the unity? By understanding each ourselves first and then seeking to understand each other, being tolerant and patient with each other. And just while I am on the platform, let me just address the second question for my little input. When we refer to Christ, is it a male energy or is it a persona? Seeing when we came to King Emmanuel, he taught us that this is a man and woman kingdom. He never teach us about a male kingdom or a female kingdom or queendom. He taught us about a man and woman kingdom. And he taught the congregation when Christ gathered the gathering on the mount, the sermon on the mount. It was man, woman, and children that were there. And he taught them the Beatitudes, seeing ways in which we should live. And the teaching was not geared to just a male energy, it was geared to the human energy. And the human energy is made up of the male and female. See, so from my little understanding, it's a persona that even the empresses develop in themselves too. They become Christ-like. They become altruistic, meaning selfless, seeing always looking out for their brothers and sisters and not just being fixated on self. Seeing my little contribution. Back to the chair.
My Lord, give thanks. And that's just a natural, you know. John never make a mistake when he make woman, you know. So it's a man kingdom and moving forward. So yes, I mean that's support exactly what you said, my Lord. I think it's kind of a no-brainer. But this is why it's so important for a man and a woman to express themselves on the platform here. Hear your own self talk. That's a lot of self-healing and self-awakening, listening to your own self speak. That means they say the keenest observer to our one conversation is yourself. So, my Lord and Empress, floor is open. So we have a next one to move to.
Priest Adigan and then Mama Lily May.
Honorable Majesty, my Lord.
Conquering line shall break every chain, Ethiopia, Royal Nation, Wealth Kingdom, Ethiopia, Poor People, National, International, Freedom League Government. Melchizedek Righteous Kingdom. Black supremacy for the poor of the United Blackwell Sovereign Nation. The Lord of Hosts. The Fifth Kingdom of Justice stand for equality and justice for all people. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. The word Christ is used sometime in the wrong context and put on one man. My question is, are we talking about Jesus the Christ, Moses the Christ, Joshua the Christ? How many Christ? Because it seems that we've limited the Christ to this figure called Jesus or Yeshua. Because check the narrative what everyone is putting across. Christ, but they're referring to what Jesus said. Do unto others as they would do unto you. But Jesus might have said it in his era, but it was something that he got it from somewhere. All right, example. The Kebron of Gas, to me, is older than the Bible. The story of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba is older than Jesus Christ. Yet, in the narrative, everyone would have think Jesus Christ did come before Makeda and Solomon. Right? So the term Christ is being used. It's like when them say, when Christ was here, them have done it the same. Done him the very same. I drop in, when Negus Christ was here, they have done him the same. So there's a different, remember, for every Jesus or Jesus, as them say, in our narrative, we put the term negos. Yeah? We put the term negos to substantiate that. So we say stand up for negos, ye soldiers of Jatron. So you see how even a one put in the narrative, is it Jesus Christ or Christ in general? Because if you go to the Greek meaning of the word Christ, Christos, it interprets Messiah anointed. Now, the key word here is anointed. So to answer Honorable Empress, my beloved sister, Empress Akim Najanaya Bingi, to answer her question, Christ is male and female without apology. Because if you go to the root meaning of the word, which is anointed, we are. So even when the psalm, the chorus, the hymn say, "Hail to the Lord anointed, great David, greater son," in reference to Jesus Christ, right? The key word here is anointed. So if we are the Lord's anointed, or the Lord's hosts, we are all the Christ, man, woman, and children represent the Christ. But the problem here is now, even we as Baba Shanti, we have put the goodie of King Emmanuel in the structure of the man them called Jesus Christ. The only difference is that I say Jesus, the black Christ. One time, a big man named Jabez in Nottingham looked at my black supremacy book one time. And him see the title, The Black Christ in Flesh, and him looked at me and him said, "That no sit well with I." And me say, "Why?" Him say, "Because there's no white Christ. And by you putting black Christ here, you are putting out a narrative. There is a white Christ by suggesting black Christ." And I looked into that reasoning, and yes, there never was no white Christ for true, and them come bring that. So him say, he found that as a discrepancy in our doctrine to speak of a black Christ versus a white Christ. But you see, so my understanding since me get big of Christ, it no stick at one man who them crucify upon Calvary, who them say born in a Bethlehem and grew up in a Nazareth. No, it don't, to me, it don't centralize, but we as Rastafari make this mistake, and Christian too, and put the essence of Christ at one man foot. And when I man hear the reasoning I go through, it a go that way, same way. Because one say, Christ taught us, do unto others as we have them. So me say, Christ or Jesus Christ, which one? Because I could have turned around and say, my full name, Kes Asukile Adigana do for Christ. I could have said.
I think we're
So,
leaving the questions again. We're coming off track again, Honorable Priest.
no, what I am saying, she did ask about the mail. I covered, said it
No,
could look into the.
it wasn't Empress Akim. That is a question that is posed by the platform. It's on
Well,
if you read it, if you look on your phone, you'll see it's a question that
I
is
mean,
posed.
what is the essence of the teachings of Christ, right? But what I am saying, the
No, the
problem
second
I have
question.
here is the single word. The problem I have here is with the single word Christ, because we keep always highlighting an individual as opposed to a collective within the Christ. Because even when I gave you reference, you said him teach, do unto others. And when we go biblically, it's one man said that, and it's Jesus. Where I'm saying I believe that statement existed long before Jesus came. And him just reiterate it. That's my opinion. Because remember, the Bible, Jesus said, no one go unto the Father except by him. So Moses and them never count. If we only can go unto the Father except by Jesus Christ, then. So Moses and them was a teach with the ways to the Father. Joshua, Abraham, and all the prophets. So the understanding all right, the understanding I get right. We start mix up Jesus Christ with the whole collective of the concept Christ. You understand?
I get you exactly where you
My
are.
Lord and Majesty.
Right?
So I'm not going to long it out
Yeah.
because I know there's many other speakers to come, but may I say, when we speak this word Christ and the essence of the meaning of the word,
We
as it
get you.
relates to it, etymology of words, we have to get it correct that Christ is not just at the foot of this one man named Jesus, my Lord and
Give
Empress.
thanks,
Blessed.
my Lord. Give thanks.
Honorable
And to
Chair,
address,
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair,
go
before you
on.
move on, let's just clear up this thing. The
Yes,
second
I
question,
was going to address it. Go ahead.
speaks to what he just said. The second question asks, is Christ a
May I?
male or is it a persona?
And that
And
is what he is. Yeah,
yes, there are many Christs, and the teaching is one. The teaching is not
that's right.
dual. And the priest said it too in his statement a while ago. Christ didn't. Christ told us that he didn't come with nothing new. It's the same teaching of Moses, the same teaching
Same
of
people.
Samuel, the
That's
same
right.
teaching come down the
That's
line.
right.
See? So it's a title. And the Royal Empress Trisha clarified that it's a title. So, and I didn't hear anyone specifically attach Jesus or Yahshua or Jesus to the title Christ. We are using the name Christ as a title in this discussion. So it does not apply to any one individual. It applies to the office of
I pray
Christ.
thee,
Honorable.
my Lord. I don't cut you. But I pray thee, my Lord. I man listen the narrative. When one gave the explanation, they quoted Jesus, which they brought it to an individual.
They
They didn't
quoted
quote.
scriptures. They quoted scriptures, my Lord.
That's why
It
I'm
is not.
saying you're quoting scripture, but we're highlighting it back to an individual by quoting
Through,
those scriptures.
through the
My
chair.
Lord. My
Can I say
Lord.
something through the chair?
Yes,
A
please.
minute.
Yes.
Because what Priest Adigan is saying, you're totally correct, Majesty. Because there is many different Christ that came through. And it's true that, we quote from mainly one. And when you're going to say, then you have
Right.
to say, Jesus the Christ. And you can say, Moses the Christ. Or Elijah the Christ. Yes, my lord, I fully understand where you're coming from, Anna, on that point.
My
Majesty
Lord, me not
bless.
try cause no contrariness. Me just stay me see it,
Remember,
you understand, analyze the
remember,
use of the word
my
Christ,
Lord.
my Lord.
Remember that show we
Give
say
that.
all man of right is one. Father Moses, Father Abraham. I used to have me signing letters to Queen in Trinidad. And instead of him put Honorable Prince Emmanuel Charles Edwards, he used to put Honorable Jacob Abraham. That was the name he used to send. So point taken, my lad. And as we say, the second question seal that up. Christ is not a male figure, it's a persona, wherein we see the cultural continuity coming through the years, that in this time you see the how Christ is manifesting, where Jacob and Joey, man of right is God in flesh, woman of right is goddess, which is the highest teachment that come down the line. My Lord of them. So I think that second question covered. Anyone who wants to say something on it, my Lord and Majesty? Empress Trisha, you have any questions on the chat about that?
I have a question, but Mama Lily May's hand is up.
Okay, Empress Lily May.
Blessed love to one and all. Thanks for life and a mighty life giver. Give thanks to the EABIC, the ABICWFL. Give thanks for all that is being said and done. Very, very, very interesting. But we must remember just say, if you listen to King Emmanuel Charles Edwards speak, he say all is one. Father Moses, Father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he say all is one. So there's one God for us all. And today is a very special day in Ethiopia today. It's the Orthodox Fasika ending
Yeah.
today. So we rise up to the chanting of the priests, them on the mic, and everyone is celebrating, the Orthodox and the Pentecostal them. So there's a holy vibes and Jah fall rain, and we give thanks and glorify. Now to listen, look. Now to address the first question. My understanding is that Jesus Christ of Nazareth came King Emmanuel the seventh, the Black Christ in flesh came and is here with us to teach us the pattern of how to live. And he said that the resurrection, they don't teach us about the resurrection, but he said he came and lived his life as a pattern that man can follow. And man would live like he on this plane forever because they never taught us about the resurrection. But he said that the will of man and the will of God make the resurrection a reality. And he said, what we call death, which is transcending, is a holy ministry. A ministry that man must pass through. I give thanks for priest Barasa Baba writings in his book, and King Emmanuel Charles Edwards said that he come to bring all things to our remembrance. And he came as Melchizedek, and he came as Moses, and he came as Jesus Christ of Nazareth. They teach us about the crucifixion, but they never taught us about the resurrection. And like we here, to stay forever, and we ain't transcending. And we must look into where we going. Then we will more holy be. I give thanks for everyone input, all the empresses and all the priests, everyone spoke all right. Peace God, you can have a right peace. No one, I ain't hear no wrong on this platform. But I give thanks, for the resurrection, that we, know that we must live right, do right, all the teachings and everything, all the Christ man them come and taught us, that we must follow them diligently, especially the Sabbath day, because there's many, many blessings for us who honor just Sabbath, and keep it whole. So, and yes, the second question is when Jesus arose, right? Because that did happen, don't care how they put it, God did resurrect. And when he saw his mother first, but they say he saw Mary Magdalene first, but he saw his mother first. And she called him my Lord, And when Mary Magdalene went and told Peter and the rest of them, say, she's seen our Lord. And he gave her words. Peter them doubted her. Is the apostle Levi asked Peter, say, so if God come to her and give her words, why are you disputing her words? And to this fame, a Black woman of right, Pope Gregory, at one of his meetings, called our Holy Mother, a name that I won't even repeat because it's so derogatory. And I won't even repeat it, but you could think about the name, what they called her. Understand me? Just to defame her. And there's writings that Mary Magdalene journeyed to Ethiopia, and the Orthodox Bible has her as a patron saint. So God come to man and God come to woman. It's just that we have to live God-like image that people can see our good works and glorify the God in us and the Goddess in us. And I'm Menen, and just Gabi. I have an Bengi sister that she glorify Empress Yeshimabek Ali, His Majesty caretaker mother. She called her the blessed womb, you know. So woman of right is goddess and flesh, and just that the women go on astray when, you know, and make it look like there's a few women that is standing up, you know,
Many
few
man.
thousand of us,
Yeah,
few
yeah, many
thousand of us.
women. Yeah.
Yes, you know, that's standing up, you know, emulating our mother of creation, Empress Menonai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. My 2 points on the 2 questions, my Lord. Blessed Lord.
Good thanks for your input, Honorable Empress. Empress Trisha,
Priest
I see
Germain.
you. Honorable Priest Germain, my Lord, Majesty.
I love royal family once more again, you know, just to have an input within the reasonment same way. As it relates to the conversation or the reasoning about, you know, the Christ and the essence, you know, the essence refers to the core or the indispensable quality or the truest nature of something that defines its identity, you know. So I have there's a book out thing called the 16 Crucified Christ or something like that
Saviors.
that I read, you know, a time back, you know. And what Priest Napier and the Honorable Priest Adigan is stating is just that same way too. You know, Christ, you know, it came in many times, many names, you know what I mean, as the Adam stated Moses and such, you know. But the Christ of our time, you know, is what really we should focus on, you know. Because what I'm saying is we have to remember now we have the gospel of Haile Selassie first. We have the gospel of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. We have the gospel of, you know, Prince Emmanuel Charles Edwards. We have the gospel of Amy Jakes Garvey. We have the gospel of, what he's saying is these figures saying we to are the Christ figure in our time, our dispensation, you know. These are the exemplary individuals because the title of Christ is basically a teacher, an influencer, a creator, you know? And we should understand the word creator and creation, you know, even relating to that second question, because a man is a creator while a woman is creation because she brings creation and we create within her womb, you know? Just like how you take a pen and you draw something, you draw something in the womb and you create. So it is multifaceted, you know. The divinity of Christ is both male and female. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
My Lord, give thanks.
I would like to say something. I think it's
Freedom.
important. Yes, blessed. I think it's important while we're reasoning, even amongst I and ourselves, that we are also talking to the masses, for those who are online and gaining knowledge and a greater awareness. Everyone that has spoken, we're speaking the same thing, and I want to say something about Priest Adagon, and you know the reason between Priest Adagon and Priest Rasavana, that we have to remember that for most of us, I can't speak for everyone because my parents weren't Rasta. I came into this liberty alone. And so when the Bible was introduced to me, it was introduced in a way that I have a greater understanding now, right? We were taught to take the Bible literally as it was spoken, as it was written. And when you gain a higher awareness, a higher consciousness, you start seeing it in a different way. So to what Priest Adagon was saying, the Bible was taught in a way that there is only one Christ and you can't question it. You know, there's only one way to the Most High, Jah, is through Christ, you know. And there was a lot of fear with that because when your inner man and woman thought differently and meditated differently, you know, you had to fight with that. It's a wrestle. Even I think sometimes, even though we are in a higher awareness, you know, in this family, we still wrestle a bit because we still deal with the Bible, right? Which ones, you know, there's some rosters that would throw away the Bible altogether. They would say, okay, that's fallacy. I'm not dealing with the Bible at all because it wasn't, you know, the black Christ that influenced the Bible, right? Ones would think that it's a Babylon book. But then there's us who know that there's truth in there, you know, that has maybe been tainted a little bit, you know, by the powers that be that are against the truth. And so there's a wrestling all the time, you know, at every level in our journey because we still hold on to the Bible, which has truth in there, but we're having to reinterpret it through spirit, through, you know, the Christ who ones have. I haven't met, you know, Prince Emmanuel, and I give thanks for those who have because I'm listening, and not only he comes to life to me through you, right? You know, and through the teachings that I'm hearing from you all. And so ones deal with the Bible in the same way. There's a Christ that we're taught to believe in that no one has ever seen. And so we look to the ones in the flesh to say, okay, this is Christ. This is when Christ walked. Christ came through King Emmanuel. Christ came through Haile Selassie, you know, Empress Menen, you know, and I. And so I think when we reason, you know, we have to be able to not only reason amongst ourselves who are at a higher awareness, but that we are also still reaching back to teach ones who don't have that awareness. You know, we all are speaking the same thing. And then I wanted to make a point about the second question. I give thanks to that, you know, again, in scripture, the woman was taken out even in creation, you know, and so can you imagine as a young child being taught that, you know, there's only Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit? You're like, okay, so where's woman? Because in the flesh, it takes both masculine and feminine to create, you know. So again, the way that we were taught from the beginning, it is a wrestling. It's a wrestling to find your place and to find what's true. And so I give thanks that now there is a balance that is spoken of, that the woman has always been present, you know, immaculate conception, that only Christ came through, you know, or a woman not even being touched. It's like, okay, how do you wrap your brain around all of that? You know, when you know for yourself that that's not true, right? But then you're taught to believe it. And there's a wrestling over and over again that ones have to really, really trust the Christ within themselves to know that, okay, there's some fallacy in that, you know. And again, Priest Jermaine just mentioned too, and I've had this conversation with my son because now the men who are wanted to speak on the balance and uplift the woman, sometimes it feels a bit uncomfortable as a woman who is aware of herself and aware of the Christ in me. Sometimes I think the men are wanting us to feel more equal now, that sometimes the pedestal that we're being put on is too high, that there's a balance. We're comfortable, you know, a woman who's comfortable in herself, we're comfortable knowing that we're equal, even in this time where now the light is being, you know, shine on us a bit to make us feel validated. Even that energy sometimes feels uncomfortable because when you're aware, there's no need to lift up anymore because we know that we stand side by side one another. You know, like Priest Germain said, the seed he holds, he is just as divine as the woman, you know, because you give her the seed and she gives life to it. So whether that put us both in the God and goddess energy. So I just wanted to, you know, make mention of those things, you know, give thanks.
That's a love, Honorable Empress. And I believe we can go on to the third question. What is worship? Is it ceremonial, traditional, communal, or personal? What is worship? Priest Nappy, could you give us a definition of worship? Although we're supposed to know it, but
All right, make a check on it for the eyes still. But yeah, while I am going on that, I believe in worship as everything where you just said, but worship is when you know the will and live according to the will. That is how you really worship. Because you love me, do my Father's will. So let me give you what the thing here is. Give me a second, my Lord.
floor is open.
Yes, you can keep reasoning for a minute, Reggie. Yes, whoever want to reason can reason and let me. Meaning of worship.
Lord and Empress. Give thanks once
All right.
again.
Hold
Oh,
on.
got you.
Let me just finish up. All right, give thanks. Worship.
Got you.
Yes. Worship is the act of showing profound reverence, adoration, and honor towards a deity, sacred object, or someone deemed worthy of high esteem. It involves outward expressions like prayer, ceremony, or songs, as well as inward devotion, often defined as a loving response to God's magnificence. And reverential response, it is an internal loving response to God, character, and action, engaging the mind, emotion, and will, and the physical expression, lifestyle components, and all of that. But that is basic meaning of worship,
Yes, sir.
To
So
the chair.
yeah, yes, Empress.
So basically, worship is all these things. You worship ceremonially, you can worship traditionally, communally, or you can have your own personal worship.
I
And
guess it. Yeah,
right, even as a house of priests and empresses, the brotherhood and sisterhood of Christ, we worship daily to those who we speak to, those who we minister to. Whether we work in schools and we teach children certain things about behavior, etc., etc. All of that can be considered part of worship. We may go on a radio program, or like how we're here on this online now, and we're going through these different aspects. This is all a part of worshiping, giving thanks and give it to that deity, but also teaching ones who may not quite understand everything, and even to those who do understand, so that we can have a dialogue amongst each other to keep the worship, or to keep the commune up and up, so that we don't lack, or so that we don't forget, or so that we don't get misled in this society that we're living in. We worship daily amongst each other, my Lord and Empress. And
Majesty bless.
before you go on, because I know someone is going to come, I am online on the
Yeah,
YouTube station, and one of the persons on here said King Emmanuel didn't resurrect. And to that person, in my iris, I would say yes, because he resurrected in the hearts of all at I and I. That's why he lived. This is why the Christ figure lives within all of I and I. And we can say that we are the sons and daughters of Christ, my Lord and Empress, blessed.
Majesty. Well, even for that question, I get tied up with a kind of a physical human, identifying like, and I realize Emmanuel is the God in us, and Charles Edward was Emmanuel in himself, that he came Emmanuel, and that is what the road is show us now. We must rise the Emmanuel in ourselves and become Emmanuel in our spaces. And he came as the comforter to bring all these things to remembrance to us. So the journey continue. He live, you know.
Well said.
And you see the third, and as according to Honorable Empress Trisha Royal Tech, the question answers itself here. What do I them think of that? Because you say actually worship is all of these. So what do I them think? And my floor is open.
Priest Adigan was next.
Honorable Priest Adigan.
Yes,
And then
sir. Yeah, because
go ahead, Priest
there's
Adigan.
a blessed love royal family. Give thanks once again. Worship. Yeah, Empress Trisha summed it up. I was listening to what she was saying, and she summed it up, you know. To me, just in simple words, you work, you rest, and you play. Right? That is worship for me. Everything you do in a life. Now, I hear them mention reverence. Because when we chant, we not say worship in the royal courts of King David. Referent. Now, I have a brethren in the Ethiopian World Federation. Well, if I can call him a brethren. His name is Obadiah. And him come and him say, him don't worship Haile Selassie. And I was listening to him and I said, neither do I. My life is worship, but I give reverence unto Haile Selassie, because I think the word reverence and worship is two different meanings, even though in the, what's the word called? The definition, the word reverential and all of these things came up in there. But reverence, King Emmanuel is the one who really pushed that word in the eye, man. Reverence in the mighty courts of kingdom, reverent four wings, you know. So I man revere the Almighty. I man no worship him. I man reverence him. I man worship creation or the things in life. Worship for me is work, workship, workmanship, workwomanship. Because if you're going to, that's the root word, workship. You understand? So we're working. You understand? Check the word is a vessel in a ship, worship, something that moving. You understand? So, yeah, worship is a movement more than a thing, you know? You
My
understand?
Lord.
So to me, reverence I more do than worship, you know? Yeah.
My Lord.
Reverence might come under worship, but I notice Father never say worship in the royal courts of King David. Him say reverence. So reverence I really deal with more so than this word. The world have it as worship, but I have it as I giving reverence unto the Almighty, my Lord
My
and
Lord.
Empress. Blessed.
You know, in the early one of the watchword of the hill was work and worship. Honorable priest as well. You have up your hand.
Yes, my Lord. Bless the love to one and all. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, that I want to go back to the Immaculate Conception quite quick, right? Because I came in late. Pardon me for being late as usual. Okay? But from my studies with Immaculate Conception, is kind of myth. But it happens with insects, like bees and other insects, because the male species fertilize the egg. Like the woman, the egg is in the woman and the man fertilize the egg. So that's all the man do. The seed is not in the egg. The seed is the man and woman together. But the man fertilize the thing. But some insects, like the bees, and we should do our research because I did, and you will see some insects, it still happens to them every day. The female makes herself fertilize her own eggs, so she don't need no one to fertilize like how the man fertilize the woman. With the insects that happen, it was never proven that it happened with a man, like how they say it happened with Jesus and how they say it happened with Elizabeth. And probably it might have could happen, but not in the day and the time that I live in, and I never see it reoccur. So on that point there. And concerning the reverence, reverence is showing paying homage and discipline, and is an act of showing profound reverence in the worship to an adoration and honor to human beings or to a group or to whatever. But it's something that is inside of all of us. That is the Christ in us, or the Negus in us, or the Empress Menen in us. So with that one day with the Immaculate Conception, we have to do a little research. I want to do a little study here why the reason is going on to see if I'm sure what I'm saying. Because sure I read that and I wrote that, but I don't have no documents with me here, so I'm sure they say the man fertilized my lord and empresses.
And to the chair. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Aswad.
Yeah.
To the chair. To the chair.
Priest Anze?
Just asking ones to remember that, let's try
Yeah,
to
sorry.
the topics are: what was the essence of the teachings of Christ? When we refer to Christ, is it male or female persona, energy or persona? And 3, what is worship? Is it a ceremonial, traditional, communal, personal, etc.? And we do have other questions coming forward.
All right.
Through the chair.
Give thanks.
Through the chair, Majesty, whenever.
Honorable Priest.
Right. So give thanks again. And as I say, we quote a lot from the Christ, one of the second to last Christ right now. But we quote, and one of the quotation or one of the situation at that time was when many one came up to him and said, Lord, Lord, Lord. And he said, move away from me, I know you not. When he said, Lord, he said, because they said, when you saw me hungry, you fed me not. And when I was thirsty, you give me not drink. He said, Lord, when did we do that to you? He said, what you do to these little one, that you do to him, Christ. So him a teach the unity and the love where man and woman and one to have to each other. Where most time people miss the essence. Then just idolize the person.
Yeah.
But them not living according to the ways of what the person has said. So it's not every man that say my Rastafari or Rasta. A really Rasta because of the life where them live. My Lord. Just briefly,
Just the bless. So that the question was worship, and the Honorable Empress stated that it comes in all, it's actually a way of life, as the Honorable Priest Adigan even emphasized. So if we don't have no other response, we could be moving on.
I wanted to say something real quick.
Yes,
yes, worship. I love worship so much. When I was in the church, ones know on the platform that I led worship for over 10 years. I started a dance ministry at my church. And so I studied a lot about worship. I know a lot about, worship. And think about the scripture, where it says that God is a spirit. Jah is a spirit, and those who worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. I had to really sit with that and learn what that was. And I believe Prince Adigan and myself some time back actually had this reasoning on the platform. We were discussing something else about worship and versus reverence. And so I too agree with you, Priest Adigan, in that reverence is a recognition. I see it as, so I feel as though when I worship, my meditation is on the creator of all things. I'm not looking at a face. I'm not looking for some kind of figure. It's it's not sort of, but it is a spiritual thing, that you tap into. It's an energy, it's a force. right? But reverence is what we do to I and I. We recognize the Christ, that spirit in each of us, you know, I and I. And one thing that my mother taught me, and I'm grateful that she did, because it taught me to be good to people. She said, you know, you have to, you know, be good to people, because you never know when Christ is in your face. And that's a very humbling thing. So I'm always looking for the Christ consciousness in ones. But you also have to be careful, because it made me gullible too, because I would recognize people before they showed up, you know, them true selves. But, you know, for me, again, worship is something that you do at a spiritual awareness kind of expression. And reverence is what we recognize, you know, I guess I would say in the physical sense. So I just wanted to make mention of that. And it can be, again, ceremonial, traditional. You know, we think about with the drums, Nyabingi would be a traditional sense, you know. And then even traditional, there were other ways, you know, that are no longer practiced, that was seen as worship, you know, in sacrifice of animals and things of that nature, you know. So there's many ways of giving worship to the Creator, you know. So yeah, give thanks.
Majesty. Bless.
To the chair, to the chair.
Blessed Lord. Priest, yeah, 1 minute. And Priest
Okay.
Adigan, when the word reverence is called in the court, it's to bring you to attention. It's a state of mind in a way. Eh? When we about each other, we refer each other. But when you hear reference, is that whatever you're doing, cease to do it and face the east, because the decree is going up. So it calls for a state of mind where, you know, that reverence, my Lord. And I have a priest sevens.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. Thanks. Yeah, so relating to the um, what the flyer said, our domestic practices, how it affect our spiritual function. All of those things mentioned there, communal and traditional, and
Yeah.
those need domestic practices for it to go through. Right? So those domestic practices is a form of reverence. You know, when we say reverence is worship, all of that is tied in together as one. You know, when we observe what we do in order, whether it's to carry up a service or whether it's to cook something in the kitchen, to function in the office or the food house. If I say that is our domestic practices, then we would have to have a reverence within doing it, right? Right, most of the time, we say a prayer in the gatehouse, going out and coming in. We say a prayer in the kitchen after the food is cooked, right? But differently from the prayers now, there's a certain standard that we keep the place in, meaning to say counters, you know, being wiped down and floors being swept and that kind of thing, you know? So I'm just tying it all in together, you know, with that question about worship, you know, within our domestic practices, right? It puts our standard of worship, you know, on a level that where we could actually manifest something, we could conjure something, you know, where we could make our spiritual function, which is our awareness, our consciousness, more intact, you know, as the information what was read in the earlier of the reasoning, you know. Yeah, so give thanks for that understanding of worship in all forms, not just like how they taught us out there. Well, you worship a man or you worship a person, but it's reverence in all forms, you know. My Lord and Empress. So thanks for the
My
opportunity.
Lord, sister. Honorable Priest Barry.
Rastafari.
Yes, God.
Yeah, just listening, give thanks. I'm saying when you come to the house of God, it's quick to listen and slow to speak. So I'm on just listening, the conversation and all word sounds. Yeah, give thanks for the knowledge that expound, because the king say, I have to use with knowledge for good, to preserve peace among the humankind. So give thanks to the knowledge them were expound at this time, you know. Yes, worship as we hear the one say, the Babylon, as we even the other day, I say, yes, yeah, we think to maybe take on even the Lent thing when I say, when we fast 40 days, not straying away from the question still, but just to ignite even another heretical irites, where we speak about the Christian world, where I and I maybe as races never did see ourselves as part of the essence there, where in the world. But I and I, as Ras, as even Bobo then, as even hear the priest them earlier on, say most people look upon we like, yeah, we tend to more Christianize ourselves, you know. If we say, well then, yeah, we take on the Lent, we 40 days, we fast, and maybe, yeah, the resurrection, yeah, again, is lifting up of the old man, into the Christ consciousness. We're coming forward to the reasoning about the Christ. Christ is every man, as Jadid said, him miserable, and him him have a speech the way him a declare, I declare about Christ. And him say, Christ is every man, is everyone, him good in I, and him miserable and whatever, but him is every man, So, yes, we in at the time, as Empress Lily say, yeah, today is even Fasika going through the land where rain just ascend up on I roof and, give thanks to the blessedness, But where I'm under like for say still, yes, we fast, and then after the 40 days, we're going back in the whole scenario, where that's why I'm on it really earlier on. I say like, yeah, me thought the reasoning maybe was more like for really bring way a bit more, but give thanks to the education still, you know. Yes, when we fast, it's a part of the resurrection same way for really renewing the spirit, and our faculties of the mind to bring to more consciousness of the Christ-like mind, and that's however I'm gonna say that, among ourselves, yeah, maybe many one may not have that full consciousness about the Christ, then yes, just pinpointing that Emmanuel of the Christ and now see ourselves same way, or I see the resurrection of the Christ where them said the death on the cross, and yeah, I and I need to resurrect our mind, and lift up the whole man into the Christ consciousness, So I think we need to really come to that understanding now. The 40 days year in, year out, we say we do it still, but we're still in the whole concept,
True.
So I think right now, yeah, the reasoning is good, but as me did even it have a 5-point plan where I man did even draft up same way, because looking at the whole framework of the priesthood and the reconciliation around the priesthood order, I think that need to really address my lord, So now stray from the point still. Worship as we have it still. I like the Babylonian thing we really, but the reverence is the concept where we have towards the Godhead, towards the life where we are live. We reverence the life. We reverence each other. You know. So yes, the word sound sometimes the English word maybe it in a little dilemma sometime. You know, but give thanks still for the knowledge we are go through still. If him say knowledge pave the way to understanding and in turn faster it and if you achieve a common goal, you know. So I man, you know, glorify still, sitting and listening still and going through my books them same way still, listening same way. But this I man few words and yeah, we need to resurrect ourselves till my lord. Not just looking upon the Christ, so them said it upon the cross, and we now look upon the resurrection of I and I mind and heart, you know, because that is the first resurrection of the whole essence, you know, of one resurrecting themselves. No, things I used to do, I do them no more. Things I used to say, I say them no more. You know, I'm a new creation, I'm a brand new man. So I think the resurrection is what really purify I and I to that fullness. Rastafari love.
Blessed.
Blessed love, my Lord.
Empress Fisher,
I'm
move,
glorifying
move.
give thanks. Yeah. And Priest Barry,
Yes, I.
my
A
Lord.
Okay,
priest
priest.
And I
Barry,
have a
so
priest,
our
Honorable
priest
God.
Barry.
No,
Priest
priest
Barry,
Barry.
Barry.
Barry, Barry.
Me you call
Okay.
Priest Barry well I got Priest Babu. Babu Barry is an answer still.
Eh.
So I'm just listen what King has said still.
Yeah,
So
man,
you
he's
go.
all right.
I
So it
see a
go.
man in Manuel, you know you go. Yeah man,
Yes,
so
sir.
Rastafari. We can't
so
tell
as
you,
far as
eh.
when I hear everything sound good and clean and crystal clear so far as the Christ consciousness go. Cause the
Third
man
time
come
up.
through and say, the whole of we are Christ and so you couldn't look out of yourself for your Christ, you know what I mean? Cause now you listen to the workman in us, you know. So
True,
if
man.
an God that speak out of you, I must somebody else and when I want other somebody else to speak out of you. Or we are God, we're supposed to attack as God. Now when my sister and brother them I say worship now, to when I say worship, right now they're on the platform a reason to me that a big worship within I and I. You know what I say? Because we are talking about things and I try get certain things clear to a point where we have a full overstanding or understanding of where we are really deal and where we are say. When a man say, him a Christ in flesh, you know. Because man say man of right a God in flesh, man of woman of right a God in flesh, said we. So we couldn't look out ourselves now. We go see that Christ there, you know what I say? But a man want to say a Jesus. And when we say Christ, you know, so we are talking about Emmanuel, the black Christ. And when I say black Christ, you know, so that deal with the black nation on a whole global level, you know what I mean? So we wouldn't even worry about
Very
the white one of them at talk about, you know, because we know so that a myth and that no exist. So just we know say we are the first people of the earth. That means say we are the first thing, everything on we are the first everything. That means say we are the God and Goddess of the earth. So we couldn't stray from ourselves and go look out at ourselves for something else when not exist, you know what I say? So yeah, like I said, Christ consciousness now that I show you say you have to rise yourself to that level of your Christ consciousness, you know, cause but Christ are really a title, you know. When I say the anointed one or the anointed teacher, them that say you are Christ. So you have to know, say, you have to come minister to the people man, and bring them to a right. Because the work of I and I, where that same take up from Marcus Garvey and I carry on the mantle. I just to come show what people them say, them are the God and show them the God in themselves. Because once them know, say, the God in themselves and know the love of God and know, say, God is love, so we have to all love. Feel like we'd have a better earth on the planet if we go and live in it, you know what I mean? Everything would have become a little bit more better and a little more easier if everyone that see themselves as God, you know? And rise themselves to the level of the Christ consciousness within oneself, like we say, you know. So I just all teachment, you know, because you know you're never too old for learn. And learning is
you're
the experience you
you're
have to get as you go, you know.
you're reading on the screen. You're reading.
On to the chair.
My reading God?
Yeah, you're reading. That's why we dare call you up for your
Oh,
time to read.
Okay.
you're not calling for hear my the good step,
No,
man.
we want to hear your sound too, but we just want
Oh.
to make sure so you know that you're reading up on the
All
screen.
right, so I'm ready for me I know then.
Yes, my lord.
Honorable family of gods and goddess, you know. Holy Emmanuel, I. That's the yeah, Rastafari.
Mama Maisie, you will come right after the reading, yeah? The floor, you can come on right after the reading.
Yes,
Holy I.
please.
So that's the I, yeah. Rastafari. Last weekend was a sacred celebration for most religious people around the world. What makes us different from modern religions? Question. If our practices are the same, what is unique about our priesthood?
And my
Unmute,
phone got,
unmute your
and
It
my,
mic.
look like he mute himself. He mute himself.
Okay, and
oh, okay.
I hear me clear now?
Now, yes.
So everything I
Yes.
read before, I didn't hear that though. Family?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Repeat. In the early days, the uniqueness of Rastafari was that our tradition was purely African or original in principle. Today, it seems as if acceptance has created similarities. Africa has become a vacation spot instead of a final destination for diasporan. Ceremonials were original based on ancestral traditions and not formalized practices. As I and I become more involved in social norms, we have adopted and prioritized more of the Western standards. This has made us more acceptable to social standings and less resistance to Western ideology. Our religious beliefs have benefits to those who practice them sincerely. The danger in such situations are misplaced values and over overemphasizing the importance of one tradition over another. Critical thinking and analysis is vital in determining what is most important. African spirituality and religious practices are in, innate, a natural part of African psychology. What is lacking among I and I is understanding the importance of unity and how to achieve and preserve such solidarity. I and I having been unbalanced, focusing on our spiritual preservation, lost the focus on liberation. How do we plan? How do we gain liberty? Question. Is it through religious proficiency or collective resistance? Question. In the modern world, how do we organize collective resistance? Question. Is it through gaining organizational skills and financial expertise? Question. It is through a violence reaction or destruction of life and property? Question. There are no existing answers or presidencies to pattern. I and I need to listen to the eternal voice and to communicate with each other to find the best collective solutions. Unity of purpose is the most prudent methodology for a group. Hence, reasoning is a key factor in collective organization. To be continued, my Lord and Empress. Aya Jehovah, Jah Rastafari.
And every chair you can let go Mama Maisie now because she was waiting.
Honorable Empress Maisie.
Majesty Divine, give thanks. Give thanks, Honorable Chair. I do give thanks of each and every one. Give thanks to the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. Give thanks to the councils of elders. Give thanks to the Women's Freedom Liberation League. Give thanks to each and every one, all my brothers in Christ, all my sisters in Christ. We do give thanks to each and every one that are present here at this meeting here today. Very, very powerful, reasoning going through. But as for me, Zelda here, I'm not going to say much. As you know, I'm just an observer today. So I am just listening, to all point of right. But one thing I want to say though, if we acknowledge that we are Christ's man, and Christ's woman. And we are representative of our Father, means sons and daughters. We have to make sure that the life we live represent the Christ, right? Because we can't just say, yes, we are, but we are doing different things that does not represent our godlivity. So I'm just saying here to my brothers and sisters today, make sure in this time, whatever we do, we do it good. Whatever we saying it upright. Because all eyes are upon us. Because remember, we see how the Father live, loving, kind, upful, everything, and stand for equality for one and for all. John love none more than none. You see it, and the man's life is upful that the world can see how our Father lived. So we have to just make sure that we are doing the same kind of liberty, right? To prove who we are. So as I said, I'm not saying much today because everybody's saying it, and as an elder, I'm just sitting in and listening to my younger generation, them, talking up the thing, yes. And I glorify each and every one point of view. Give thanks, Mama Lily, for what you said, and everybody. God bless you. I'm still listening. I'm not saying much. Utter love and blessing. Back to the chair.
Majesty, blessed love. Empress Trisha, Empress Diani, can I read all the questions that we have now? Please.
Question number 4.
Ble-
Blessed.
Blessed Lord.
Go ahead, Empress Diane. Go ahead, Empress Diane.
Question number 4. What is meant by the scripture, Matthew chapter 18, verse 20, that says, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there I am. My Lord and Empress.
Read the next. Read
The
all
floor
of
is
them.
open. The floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Empress Diane, you can read all the questions.
Okay. Question number 5. In the Psalms, when it says, Jah mercy endures forever, what does it mean? Question number 6. What are the duties of the priesthood? To the wider panel, blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Honorable Priest Angie to the chair. Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there I am.
My Lord. Yeah. The floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
I'll make a statement, blessed.
Don't talk too loud, my Lord.
I wanted to mention what was read, what Priest Barry read right before this question said a lot, and it makes a lot of sense as we again seek the truth in scripture, deciphering what has been put in there that may be false versus what is truth. It was mentioned that to gauge what is truth and what's not, we need we need to be together. We need these times of reasoning. You sit with yourself and you meditate, you Selah, and then you come to some agreement within yourself. And then when we come to this panel like this amongst family, we get to reason with one another. And then if the meditation, this is how I receive it. When you see me shake my head up and down, it's confirmation that my spirit spoke the same thing. And that is telling me that there's truth in that. And so when I look at this scripture and it says where 2 or 3 are gathered, there I am. And I see that in that sense that when we come together, children of right, and we reason with one another, there's going to be confirmation, which is the spirit, to show us that I am amongst you, you know? And so that's how I see that. Bless it.
Give
Yes,
thanks,
my
Empress.
Lord Empress. Give thanks,
Rasta.
Empress Akim. Floor is open. What is meant when the man said two or three are gathered in my name, there I am? I mean, right now hard to meditate what that means.
To
And
the
God's
chair when
mercy endureth forever. Blessed love.
To the chair.
to the chair when you finish, man.
Yes, Honorable Empress. All right.
Where two or
After you
three
are
are
Empress.
gathered in my name, there I am. It's just what a priest was reasoning from in the earlies, you know. Christ is in everyone. And like the question asks, is Christ a man or a persona? Christ is in you and in me. So wherever two or three are gathered and speaking a good word, it is Christ at that present moment there. And when we say Jah mercy endures forever, just a minute. Yeah? Okay. Pardon me, blessed Lord. When we say Jah mercy endures forever, that goes to say humbleness is the key. And where we might rot or condemn or I don't want to say find fault, but where we might condemn or rot in a situation, God or Christ, mercy, mercy would way bound what our imagination could even fathom, even with ourselves too. For example, even with ourselves, where we might beat up our own self in a situation where we coulda, woulda, shoulda. And then when it is time to face the judgment seat, is nothing like how we condemned our own self. And that is just going to say that Jah mercy enjoyed forever. So no matter how much you degrade or downgrade yourself, just know that it have a higher force in control, and love supersedes what man perceives, you know? Jah mercy enjoyed forever. My Lord and Empress, blessed love.
Give thanks.
Give thanks. Just think of your own little child and the love you have for him. That's the love you have for us. You know? If something man tell you with your belly, feel like you feel it in your belly. That's the love the Father have for us. The floor is open, Honorable Priest Savannah, my Lord.
Give thanks, honorable. Yeah. When two or three are gathered together, there I am. You know, it shows that also that it's not in the multitude all the time that you're going to find the reality as well. You know, sometimes the multitude is going in the wrong direction, and is the one that did come and direct you back to the light. You know, the Christ, that individual Christ, that Messiah, that anointed one who came with the salvation order, you know, that direct you back to that light. Priest Nappy said it earlier in his own way, in his presentation, you know, where there has been times when ones did not agree or the father did not agree with the masses. For example, at the end of the 1958 convention, when the Virgin them decided that they wanted to take the gathering to Victoria Park, taking it out of the security of the encampment, the Rastafari encampment, and taking it into that public space. The father was the only one, or one of the only ones, that opposed that. But because the consensus was that they wanted to go, the father yield to the consensus. And we all know what took place, at that moment when they entered the park. Our father ended up getting the blunt of the oppression that was meted out to the gathering, beaten to near death. You know, there again, he in himself, as one, saw that the group was going in the wrong direction because he warned them, he told them that the authorities were waiting for any little infraction just to pounce. But, within one's excitement, within the hype of the moment, within some of the egos and the arrogance, one's, yeah, felt that they could take on the world. And when the incident occurred, it was the father who was pointed out as being the leader of the gathering, and he took the blunt of the oppression. Saying that to say, yeah, it's not always in the masses that we find, the truth and the light. Seeing, while there is a saying, majority rule, you know, we have to use understanding in all things and know when to apply that rule, because that rule is not always applicable to every situation. And what is meant, by Jah mercy endure it forever, yeah, it kind of clarifies itself, and the Royal Empresses kind of touch on it proper, you know. There's a saying again, where the man say, where your heart condemn you, him greater than your heart, him free you. Seeing, which is what the Honorable Empress Diane was alluding to when she said that, our little mind and our little concept can't even fathom the, 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 the width, depth, and capacity of our Father's mercy. Seeing, because you will be beating up yourself, as she said, and I don't want to be repetitive, but yeah, you'll be challenging yourself over an incident. When the Father done past that already, done free upon that already, but you're still beating up yourself and you're walking with this depression and this down feeling. Seeing, when how are you to know when you are released? When you know that you are released, when you accept that yes, I made a mistake, yes, I sinned, yes, I performed an indiscretion, and in yourself you acknowledge that, you accept that, and whether you go on your knees or you go to an individual who you offended, or you did something in your way to atone for that indiscretion, that sin, that mistake. See, from you have done the best that you can do to repair the breach, there is nothing else that you can do more than to free yourself now and move on, knowing that you learn from that and you're gonna try your ultimate best not to make it happen again. And always remembering that we are human. Humans are susceptible to certain human frailties, seeing, to certain weaknesses, to certain, that's why Satan have the power that we say he has, in 40 days and the 40 nights allegory, which we all know, where the Christ was tempted by him, was to um was to take advantage of that human character, that human feeling, that human frailty, to see if he would yield to his temptation, whether it was for food, wealth, whatever the temptation was. And the Christ overcame it by being disciplined in himself. If it's food, now I'm on a fast, I'm a cool. If it's money, I am filthy rich with the love of Christ. Whatever it was, he was able to overcome it with his discipline. So that is where I see, Jah mercy endure it way beyond our capacity to understand. And finally, what are the duties of the priest? The duties of the priest is to minister the word of God, the word of Christ, to minister salvation. Seeing? And the whole purpose of doing that is to save souls, to help ones to save themselves. Because we can't save an individual, we can only save ourselves. But in our Christ consciousness, we can minister uplifting words, encouraging words, words of truth and light that can help that person now to see beyond their darkness and to be able to save them soul alive. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Rastafari. Yes, I.
Yes, brother. Yes, my Lord.
Honorable.
Yes. Freedom.
Yeah, yeah, before, me thought the item did call I, man. Yeah, but me never know some an ex-virgin did about by, But anyway, Ikerta. Yeah, eh, 2 or 3 as we Matthew chapter 18. I remember an incident in the camp one time, where this book did came on behalf of a situation, which did unfold within the camp. And to me, today, I find it maybe did misinterpreted of the reality of it. We say 1 or 2 or 3 gather, where along the line it's still a state that if your brother offend you, then you go to him, and you make a reconciliation with him. If him doesn't listen to you, then you take it to 2 or 3 other person, like what we see happening in Ethiopia here, either 2 or 3 witness before any judgment or whatever can execute. We see them fulfillment in Ethiopia. Yeah, and if him still not be obedient to the reality, then you go to the church. Now, I think it did misinterpreted around the line where it was saying that the book was to read out the brethren, you know. Yeah, and him was supposed to lift him turban and really leave the camp, which in a high man understanding and even the maturity along the line, make me see say, well, then maybe that wasn't what the priest did maybe they show the brethren them for do them for go reason with the brethren and get a better understanding. But maybe the interpretation there, the misunderstanding that them take it in another way. Anyway, today give thanks to even this question even come up forward, what it meant by the scripture, Matthew 18 verses 20, that say we are 2 or 3. No, the kind-hearted are like the garden, the kind thoughts are like the roots, the kind words are like the blossom, the kind deeds are the fruit from the tree, and I think where the 2 or 3 gather with these values that I and I possess, then that's where the fulfillment of the Christ manifestation and rewarding whatever we sit for really discuss, really it will come to fruition. With these kind-hearted and values are where we are really, where the 2 or 3 sit up with. As the priest earlier on said, maybe not the multitude, because as the prophecy said, the multitude went astray. So anywhere where 2 or 3 did really sit up, gathering, touching anything in his name with purity of love, then I think the reasoning that could be a fruition, as him said, let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in his sight.
Cool.
So coming forward to Matthew 18 with that, where the 2 or 3 gather, I think with the kind-hearted and the kind thoughts and the kind words and the kind deeds, we bring forth fruition in our whatever we sit reasoning about to really accomplish or have a vision really for say, well, then with a like for manifest or whatever, you know. But from the deeds is good, then I think there is fruition. So give thanks again for the knowledge we are expound tonight, you know, and I and I could have really gather even certain maturity of understanding now in a with deliberation around the life where I live today, you know. Coming to the Psalms where it say, well, then Jah mercy as, yeah, the virgin, yeah, the priest did really, yeah, you know, his mercy really endure heights. You know, as again, the priest it did say, even when we hard condemn, we him not condemn we yet, you know. So for sure, the mercy and the love of the Father again still, you know, it's higher than the heights and deeper than the depths beneath, you know. Thou shalt see thy glory soon when the grace of work is done. Partner of his throne shall be, say, poor Israel, love thou me, you know. So give thanks. With the duties of the priest, I think what was entrusted to I and I, yeah, many of we may not really understand it still. We may run for say, well, then, yeah, we are leading priests. We many ones, me say, it's just that of them initiative. Me a leading priest and I want to, yeah. But him said the lips of the priest is to keep wisdom and in tongue talk it of judgment, not to slander or bear false witness against each other or against a neighbor. This is the reality of the priesthood. And while we're being in the foundation, this is where the teaching and the practicing of the liberty of how we should either live. Today, the priesthood, when we look at it today, yeah, it really like it out of control. You know, when I man really look and really see individuals who profess themselves today, yeah, me a priest, me a leading priest, but as me here Empress Miriam earlier on say, when we speak or whatever, we must be careful. Now, many of we now have no thoughts about be careful where we really attack. We just speak and the life where we are live. It's not in accordance. It's not in accordance with the life where the Christ that teach it, Christ in his priestical character, which is Emmanuel, you know, Christ in his kingly character, which is the king, Christ in his prophetical character, the prophet, you know, Nebi. So let's see. Why I'm gonna try to say that in now, the priesthood need to really curve right now. That's why I'm on earlier on I say I thought the reasoning really because it need to really pull up right now because the priesthood order really rests right now. It shabby. It shabby. We are go beyond even the principles where I and I maybe should be living. Simple principles. Simple principles. You know? Again, as me say, even slandering one another, you know, which that is not of the priesthood order. If I offend you, yeah, then I should have take it to the eye and really I say, boy, priest, what go on, what that? Like, me not understand that just as even again, as we say with the St. Matthew 18, there was a misunderstanding in it when the brethren them came and said, Jah give them St. Matthew 18 to read and for read out the brethren and for take off him turban and put him through the gate. Which to me, it was a bigger understanding than that. Them should have go sit down with the brethren and find out what did took place the day, you know. Yeah, for say, well then, what really did happen? But them never did that. It came up in a meeting, in a gathering at the meeting when that come up and then bam, that was it. You read, say, well then, you know. So anyway, yeah, the priesthood need to really rectify right now. The order of the priesthood, it need to really take up in meditation and in really concernation right now. Consultation. Yeah? Because there are so many one differently where who today again, as we say, a profess say them is priest, them are leading priest, and we don't know how them get them priesthood order. We don't know how it's like it just loose. The priesthood order right now, it become loose, you know, and it need. So this is where I man really want to say around the priesthood. Yeah, give
Yes,
thanks to the reasoning will come up around it still, but it need to take in really consultation around what really are going on with the priesthood order, you know? Rastafari.
Blessed love, my Lord. One of the issues we are addressing within even the priesthood order is just the way our decorum. You see how you reason? Everybody sit down humbly and listen, yeah. That's one thing. So we teaching things indirectly. You know that way there? That's one of the first thing. Cause you know how Bobo say. We quick to over talk and talk loud, and so these are one of the principles. Also, when they say two and three is gathered, love the assessment of it, because it would have to be good-hearted people, two and three gathered, because it could not be evil-hearted and he's there. So good-hearted. And to show you say how Jah Universal, according to the allegory, when they meet him, they thought he was a far planter. They didn't recognize him. And 3 days ago, them just see the man. But is after him left, him word song, and they say, but wait. But you know, hear when you say, but he come like, but wait, I demand that. And you know, say, so, yeah, show we the God in our flesh. Me always wonder about that part of the allegory. How come it's 3 days ago, all I've been rallying with a man, and now you tell me he resurrected and you don't recognize him? It's a thing, you know? For real. So it's just the best way we can rationalize it to say, well, a God in flesh. You see it, my lad? Yeah, we are carrying that. Yeah. My lad and Empress. Floor is open. Yes, Honorable Empress. Yes,
Samsung SMA135M. You had your mic open. Was it something you wanted to reason on?
Blessed greetings.
Greetings.
Blessed love.
Once and once. Yeah. I'm on Elder Ira coming from house to Oladi, St. Kitts. I must say hail up to my brethren, Priest Jomin. Yes, I said my lord. Yes, came too late with the reasoning, which I had information about the Zoom, but I was occupied in other activities where I had to attend, you know. But in the most I thank still. Well, with some of the headlines that I saw pertaining to the Easter celebration, which the Easter thing that come out of the goddess Ishtar, who is the mother of Tammuz. You know, if you had to look at Ezekiel 8:14. Ezekiel 8:14, which says, then he brought I by the door of the gate of the house of the Most High, which was towards the north. And behold, there was a woman weeping for Tammuz. Tammuz was a pagan god, was an archer who used to hunt swine when they take over the temple and was sacrificing swine on the altar. And these are some of the things where we had the historical event with the Maccabean brothers when the Maccabean revolt in the year 165 BC. So out of that came what is referred to as the Easter. And then within all that, within the Easter is the Lent, which was orchestrated by Vatican, the Roman Catholic Church. But what the significance of it is the 40 days of fasting. That is the significance of it. The 40 days of fasting come all the way from even Moses. Let's take it from Moses. who had to go up to meet the Most High and had to fast for 40 days and 40 nights. Then when we look at Elijah, who had to prepare himself and strengthen himself so that he could actually conquer that pagan Jezebel who was seeking his life to kill him. And he too had to go within the wilderness to strengthen himself for 40 days and 40 nights. And then here comes the Messiah, who too had to strengthen himself to fulfill that which I and I are celebrating now as the Passover and the crucifixion and the resurrection of the Messiah, the 40 days and 40 nights fasting. So I and I in these periods who also would commemorate in that aspect of strengthening I and I self within the 40 days and 40 nights. So we give thanks for all that still, you know. Well, referring to the Matthew, please bring it back up on the screen here, the Matthew 18:20, which says, where two or three is gathered in my name, there I am, said where? Well, the two or three is really refer to the faithful, because Father no go for numbers. Numbers could bring confusion, but the faithful, whether it be two or three, he will be still there, and he's the I am, and he will be within the presence, said way. If we had to look at Galatians 4, 27, where it was speaking about Isaac as the promised seed, when it mentioned that the desolate woman had many more children than she that has a husband. So when you look at that, it is not the numbers, it is the chosen few, the faithful, which I would relate to the Mark 18:20. It is the faithful. It's the same way when we look at Rastafari today. Lord, a man go lax. Lot of man go lax. Long to the ground. Some are just little chichi board, you know? But then you just can't watch the man with the long locks. I just watch the man because he here picky. Seeing? It is the heart and the faithfulness of the man. And that is what bring him into the house of the Most High and being one of the chosen. Said where? Well, when we go to the Psalms, number 5, in the Psalms, when it says, your mercy endureth forever, I cannot fathom the Most High mercies. No way we could fathom that. That's why he says, you get forgiveness of sins, no matter, unless you go as far as blaspheming the Irish. There's no forgiveness is that. But outside of that, you know, we gain forgiveness. So I cannot fathom his mercies. And that mercies endureth forever. That is how deep it is. Being forever, you know, and it's perpetual, you know. So I give thanks for these said word. What is the number 6? What are the duties of the priest? Well, ones and ones emphasize on the duties, which yes, I commend said way, but the priest must also over that he has a duty to perform the sacraments. The sacraments which also leads to helping a one to gain his salvation. See? And within his salvation, you cannot get that salvation without repentance. And hearing the incident about taking off the one turban and putting him out the door and so on, at least I must have compassion to and must over certain things. See? And within all that, we have to bring the eye into a knowledge of repentance so that he can gain his salvation. He must know, well, then he did a wrong, and he must actually confess his wrong and beg for pardon. See? And unless he do that, at least you give him up to himself. One day he will catch himself and he will realize his mistake. But I is not in the position to condemn anybody. Just leave the one to himself. There is certain things within certain sets, what they refer to as religions, where I want to do a wrong, they bring him before the council, and he do something called penance, where the penance have some stipulations of things you cannot partake of. Said where? So I give thanks for this, as I man comes from the house of Tiwaladi house of David. I man, Ira, name, Ira, watchman. And as you know, Psalm 127 said, he who watches and do not blow the trumpet when judgment come upon the people and the city, and he do not blow the trumpet, the judgment would actually fall upon the watchman's shoulder. But if he blow the trumpet and they not take heed, well, the judgment is upon them. So I man, come forward and as a representative of Tiwaladi and being a brethren of Priest German, seeing we know each other, give thanks, said we for Priest German, the Most High bless him.
My Lord, give thanks for coming in.
Yeah, so I give thanks for that and give thanks for linking me, said we, so that I man can partake. So give thanks for the item house, and as I would always mention it in the Numbers 2, where it mention of every house have an ensign to his order. See? So we give thanks for the item. Here they are. That's right.
Rastafari.
Generation
Rastafari.
to Empress
My
Many. Yeah. Blessed Lord.
Majesty. Yes, Royal Honorable Chair.
Priest Seven's hand is up.
Yes, Honorable. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, after Priest German, because we have several other questions, one kind of push through. Time is really moving
Push
fast.
it through.
Reason is sweet, but let us keep it a little more concise and a little tighter so we
Yes.
can get the whole program, because the program is designed to give us a fullness. And we don't want a piece of it, we want the fullness. Blessed love,
Whole
family.
thing. I think to conserve the time, we are going to go to the 3-minute response. Honorable Priest Earl as our royal timekeeper. My lord, 3 minutes. Go ahead, Priest Evans.
My Lord and Empress, blessing. Yes, the fourth question, there's a specific reason why the question says, in my name, that cannot be left out. Where two or three are gathered, not just gathered, but in my name. That in my name,
Rastafari.
yes,
Yeah.
very specific, right? Now, understanding Hebrew tongue, Hebrew language, when it says my name, when you read through the scriptures, most of the time when they talk about the name of the Lord, the name
Elohim.
of the Right, but no, that is other name. Now it describes the name of the Lord, describing the ways of the Lord. In all places where I record my name, I will come on today and I will bless thee. The Exodus chapter 20, what speaks about um, not taking the name of the Lord in vain. And some of us, we say, well, you don't just call upon Selassie name just so. And it done. That is how the priests and them culture it for the Sabbath lesson. You don't just call upon the king name like that. But when they talk about the name of the Lord, it means the ways of the Lord. Don't take the ways of the Lord in vain. Right? This is biblical Hebrew language we need to research. Right? What it means when they say my name, and that makes a big difference. I am sure most of us have never heard my name being looked at in that way, but that is
Big
what it
difference.
really means. Totally big difference.
Yes, my
You see
lord.
it? You see it? So when we gather in the name of the Lord, it means in the ways of the Lord, right?
Rastafari.
In His standard. I say that it's just natural from we are walking in the ways of the Lord. You know, Jah there with we and us with us round about us. You see it? So, you know, anytime we get chance, I would like us to look into that because it is very important. All through the scriptures, it talks about my name and we interpret it as actual name. This is why the Christians and them would say, well, you know, Jesus and, you know, because I feel that is the name. There's no name God has like that. Like how I have name what we get from with passport name and all of these things. God don't have no name like that. God would carry titles. You see it? So that is what I would like to say about number 4. Number 5, as we say, it's kind of on the surface. But what I would like to say is that all of I, we were brought on this earth to be. We decide to be what we want to be, but we was brought on this earth to be. That's why we are called beings. And then we say human beings, right? So when you read that psalm that talks about the mercy and the trouble, it tell you all the thing in our lowest state when we was redeemed from our enemies, meaning to say, as we here on earth, we are all going to be in position to be perfect and imperfect. We are going to all end up in negative and positive matters.
1 minute.
And regardless of that, yes, Jah mercy will endure. So then as the time going, I'm going to number 6, right? You see the question say, what are the duties of the priesthood? Not the priesthood, the priesthood, right? So when you talk about the priesthood now, the priesthood really is what does govern the camp. If we look at I liberty, how it go. So I that is of the priesthood, the priests and them, and I must try and uphold the principles. Because we talk about the priest being a messenger, well, actions speak louder than words. So it is how you carry yourself, deliver a message to a very, very strong message. You see it? Because like the saying, when you tell your children, do as I say and not as I do, that not go work. You can't tell them that because they still would us watch what you do and follow that. You see it? So as a messenger, the message comes from how we present ourselves also. How we going back to the topic, how we handle our domestic practices. You see it? Will affect our spiritual function. You see it? So the priesthood is not the priest and them, but the priesthood, the Melchizedek priesthood, yeah, it is set to govern I as a people. Bless the Lord, my Lord.
My lord. Looking at the questions, if anyone want to try answer the 3 questions at the same time, you have 7 minutes. 2 minutes each, and that's kind of rough.
Yeah,
So
we want to move
P7,
on. We want to move on from that now.
all right. I love how you put over the name of the Lord, the way of the Lord. Make a whole lot of sense, my Lord. Enough respect. Blessed. Floor is open.
Priest Germain.
Next,
Blessed love family. Give thanks
My
once
Lord.
more. I just wanna further welcome the honorable brethren from St. Kitts again, Honorable Ras Ira. This is an individual that I get to know personally, and he's a very pivotal individual within the Rastafari movement in St. Kitts and Nevis. He has a lot of knowledge about, the history of Rastafari, in that region and that part of the globe. So, like, I just want to commend him for even coming, and being a part of today's meeting. And the one of the reasons why I also invited, ones to come from that region was something that's on the flyer, and it
it's coming
says
up.
rejecting.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
coming
yes.
up,
I
my.
just wanna bring highlight to that, as we come to it, you know what I mean? Because I know we're gonna get to it. So I just wanna kind of, pave the way for it for the brethren same way, So I just want us to be able to get to that so the brethren can also have an input on that matter. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Yes, my Lord. That's why we're trying to go through because I don't want the bridging to have to go before we reach to that level. So let us go
I
through
think
as
I think we can go into that now, yeah.
To
we're
the
going now.
chair. To the chair.
Go
Yes,
through Empress.
Empress.
Okay. From a female perspective, the duties of the priesthood. Because I'm sure even as empresses, seeing in our different spaces, we see the priests and we see them doing certain things. Not that we see them doing certain things that they can do better at. Many of us are in spaces where there's not even a service or anything going on. But while many of the priests in our areas, they seem to think that the altar may be the only place that they're supposed to minister to, but in I rates, we look at the creed where the hungry be fed. If we say the hungry be fed, then we expect that maybe even in our separate areas, we can be going into, those homes for the elderly or those homes for children or etc. The sick nourished, the age protected, infants cared for, naked clothed, and be doing the works of Christ. And many times that is lacking. Most times it's the empresses may be the ones that may be going out and doing all of these ministering and so forth. And we just want to make certain, we just want to know that does the duties of the priest or the priesthood stay at the altar, or is it supposed to extend outside of the altar? Because I do think that many ones are getting it kind of confused. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
To the chair.
I hope I said it correct.
To the chair. Oh.
Yes, Honorable Empress Macy.
Yeah, I just want to support what Sister Trish is saying because to tell you the truth, as what she said, for me, that's what the priests them are to be doing. But they're not doing that. It's just since we are in the council and we have our elder care and we start to reach out to the one or two elders. That's the only time I see the priest them, Priest Earl, Priest Daniel is reaching out, to ones that need help. You understand? But by right, the priest them, can you remember, the priest them are spiritual. They're supposed to be reaching out to ones that are not well. If they see that Brother Tom don't come to church to Tabafa 2 or 3 Sabbath, the priest am supposed to seek out Brother Tom and say,
What's happening? We're not seeing Brother Tom. Let's go and visit him. But that never happened. It never happened from my comfort. I never see no priest go out and say 2 or 3 priests and say they are going to look for Brother Henrik because him is not well. Or we're going to pray for them or we're going to bring something for them. And that is the work of the priest. What Christ did. Christ go around and healing people. You see, let the blind see, let the deaf hear. You understand these great works? But are we doing that? No.
No.
Look at what we are doing right now to one another. Eh? How we
Selassie.
treating, you know, we elders. Look what they're doing to the elders. Eh? So let me tell you, the work of the priests are far from manifesting how God wants them to be, it to happen. And the priests them have to look into themselves now and see that they have to draw up themselves, man, and get on the work of God. Because coming here and talking about it and not doing it no make no sense. I always talk about the priests them not doing. They're not even making the dirty clean and the crooked straight. They more bring confusion to one another. More confusion. You understand? I would say I'm not gonna stay long. Like the priest, them doesn't know what to do spiritually. And sometimes when they go up on the altar and speak, their words are no meaning to I and I. Because I've been in the tabernacle already, family. And when a priest told me now I hear that the one there say, in can't stand the ima this, ima that. No, that is dirty food. The
Andre.
food that they are
Very straight.
offering is not clean. You understand?
Selassie.
Yeah. So as a priest have to be spiritual and know so the food that him God a move through him and him give God children our food that we can eat, palate nice and good and don't have to skin up. And we say we know why hear that the one day. Hey, better come down. Cause sometimes I have to listen to the sisters them. Cause more time I'm not at home. And when I get home and in the tabernacle with them, it's that time I go learn what that one they do and what the other one they do. And yes, linga and panga that I can talk about love. Come on.
That's yeah.
So this is how we have to look into to the priesthood order right now. It needs to pull, turn, and fix like how Jah want it to. As how you know, a priest should be the work of a priest. And this is what I'm saying. Need to go out into the community, no matter with it. Oh, ain't doing that. God, I'm gonna say, boy, that they are no free and weary. You understand? So they need for, hey
Give
God,
thanks.
this is what
Give
I'm saying,
thanks,
my Lord.
Mama. And can may I just add to that? One of the things that I heard a leading priest say, and I'm saying who it is after I finish saying it, is that when he went into the new community and the people wanted works to be done, he hung up his robe. And I think that is one of the most commendable things because
Yeah.
work has to be done.
That's yeah.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest Barisa Baba. I've always remembered that you've said that. I've always quoted it to every person that I've spoken to
Thanks,
since you
Mama.
said it, because that is commendable. Because ones and ones feel like they're not supposed to, they're always supposed to be this certain kind of way. How do you get the work done? And even with the Empress, how do we get the work done if you continue to build your mind in one way with tunnel visions and not looking outside of that tunnel vision? Blessed.
Through the chair, my
Rastafari.
lord. Through the chair, honorable chair.
My lad.
Yeah, we have to bring one little balance to this because we're live streaming and we want the world to know that there's a balance too. I think the council kind of forget.
So,
It has happened with the council, but let us look at a balance. Honorable, give thanks for the
so,
honorable,
ma-
my lord. Do I have the floor or not? Honorable chair.
go ahead, priest. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to bring a balance to the reasoning. Give thanks to the Honorable Priest Lamont and give thanks to the Honorable Priest Tooth and give thanks that I and I was a part of the triune. Once and once forget that when the Honorable Empress, eldest Empress among us at the time, took down and was sick, it was the triune that visited the camp and took charge of Empress Phyllis, wherein the Honorable Empress Trisha should remember this because she visited us during that period of time, where we met up at the market in Kingston and out of our own initiative, out of our own pockets, we purchased a substantial amount of produce, taking it back to the camp and not only taking care of Mama Phyllis, but we every week for months provided the kind of nutritious food, not just what we could afford, like what's normally cooked in a poor man government. But we made sure that the meals were a balanced meal for people that are ailing, meaning that it had the nutrient value in it that was needed to help ones to heal. And we did that for months. Every week, I and I would drive from St. Elizabeth, which is 3.5 hours into Kingston, to meet up with the other two priests, and we would go to the market and purchase these things. Not only did we do that, the elder council, also gathered medical equipment and medical supplies in the States, shipping them down where we cleared them and brought them to the healing. We also provided care packets that we gave out, not just the ones in the camp. We went as far as to Morant Bay to visit one of our senior elder to make sure that he received this care package, he and his empress. So it's not just a doom and gloom. Yes, the order needs to be rectified and it needs to be, corrected on a level. But there are those of I and I who have seen this from a time and have been trying to play our part in the best way that we can. I will also have to shout out to Priest Manfrey, Priest Merle, who over time helped to sponsor some of this that we did financially, seeing that we could get Mama into a care home, and have her days a little bit better than we saw her being dealt with at the time. And we don't want to get too deep into that because the camp takes offense to when we speak on these issues, and I don't want to offend the camp at this moment. But the truth is the truth and the reality. Seeing, but we have taken it on. And at that time, you had several brethren in the camp that was ailing. Honorable Priest Cote was there at the time. And we brought him equipment, we brought him things that he requested to help him to get over his stroke, to exercise his hand and so forth. There was a brethren who was suffering from circulation. We brought him the medical socks and stuff that he needed to help with his circulation. So we have tried, the council of elders have been doing our part in trying to fulfill the creed in the best way that we can. So while the overall vibe, needs to be rectified, like I say, it's not all the priests that have been, derelict in their duty. My Lord, back to the chair.
My Lord, Majesty.
The priest.
And moving forward, one moment, Empress. Moving forward, when you get your priesthood, it's not like you have arrived, but because when you have it now, just set you on a path. I know you begin all these issues and so we implore our beloved brethren, who are even priests, and prophets, because a prophet is nothing more than a priest in training, to adhere to these priestly duties in all aspects of life. You know what I mean? Moving forward. So we do give thanks. Empress Maisie, you can go on.
I just want to say, I'm not saying that, the brethren, the priests, is them not doing. We give thanks to all that we have been doing since the councils of elders came in existence and the mighty full work, and we are still doing it. But I am looking on the spiritual journey of the priests then. That's what I'm looking. And from over the many years that I am a member of this Congress, and I've seen their levity, and I've seen what is not right about them. That's what I'm talking about. Because we
Yes,
know
Empress.
what we have done, right? I'm coming, priest. We know what we have done during the couple years since we are in existence and the work and we are still doing it, right? But I'm just looking at the spiritual part of the priests, them, and the life that they're living. Give thanks. That's all I want to say.
And Empress, your eyes are not lying.
Mama,
So
we
you
take
see
your
what you
note.
see.
Come
It's a
on.
natural, you know?
Yes, sir.
So true now, as an optimistic thing, moving forward, we don't have power to change a man, but you have power over yourself. So what we want to see, let
It
us
must
be,
be.
my Lord. And hopefully we can influence a man by our calm demeanor and consistent meditation. Floor is open, my Lord.
We're moving on to the next thing. We remember we want to reach where we need to reach. So the brethren who
Yes,
came on, we can.
yes.
So family, we don't mean to rush along, but we're there on a time constraint, and we want the full, dose of this medicine today. So
My
as
Lord.
my Lord,
Unity of purpose. There are readings behind this.
Empress Trish, is there a technical struggle?
Hi, pretty. Honorable Priest 7.
Honorable Priest 7.
Listen, my reading.
Yes, sir. You're reading.
All right, unity of the Bobo Ashanti family is no longer an optional desire. It is an existential requirement. World
Exhortation.
peace. What?
Go ahead.
Pardon. Existential. Is that it?
Yes, my brother. Yes, my brother. Perfect.
It is an existential requirement. World peace has been eroded, giving way to life-threatening circumstances. There is threats to food and water security. As the war races on in the east, lives are in danger as the adversaries bomb each other and civilian facilities. As a Congress and a government, we are not prepared. The Congress doesn't have farms or water sources to provide provisions for the people we represent. This is a sign, late as we are, unity is not an option, it is a necessity. Let us stop the opposition and conflicts and give ourselves and our membership a chance to survive. It is time for I and I to lead with our head or brain, but repeat that sentence. It is time for I and I to lead with our head or brain, but follow our hearts. It is time we make a decision. Are we looking to return to Africa or to settle where we find ourselves? Regardless of choice, it is time to make strategic plans on how we are going to sustain our way of life, our independence, and our security. We need to establish some business plans, pooling our limited resources and investing it in low-risk investments. Food is a limited funds, low-risk investment. Restaurants supported by farms, creating a vertical business structure. Transport is another low-risk investment. The clothing and footwear industry is easy to set up. The Congress has seamstresses and shoemakers. These prospects can only become a reality with unity. As the membership becomes older, there is less resources to maintain the function of the Congress. Without progressive development, we will not attract the younger generations. And in another generation or two, our way of life will become obsolete. Marcus Garvey said, if we cannot do what other people have done, we shall die. That reality is upon us. Each time we have a nice celebration, the euphoria renders us complacent. It may be momentarily refreshing, but it doesn't change our inevitable predicament. If we are seeking something we never had, we must be willing to do something we have never done. Unite. Consciously pooling our resources and investing in the future is the only security. If this assessment is wrong, please put forward another concept and let us move forward. Time is of essence. Bless the Lord.
My Lord, it's down.
Back to the chat.
So, question. In Psalms 110, verse 4, and Hebrews 7:17, when it declares that a priest of the Melchizedek order, by his oath, is a priest forever, what does that mean? Number 8, God is love, let us all love. It's a standard culture within the priesthood. How is it to be understood and expressed by the priest? Floor is open.
Number 9.
Number 9. Okay. The truth can be an offense, but not a sin. How is this statement interpreted by the priesthood? When a sanctuary is defined, what are the procedures to follow? My Lord and Empress. Number 7. When
Yeah, you're repeating. You read it already. Yeah, you read it already. Just
I know. I just was.
okay. Go ahead, Honorable.
Yeah. He's saying, what does it mean that he's a priest forever when he in the Melchizedek order? What does that mean? My Lord and Empress. And we don't want to tarry too long, because pay a priest, there's a priest reason. Man should be willing to, enough hands should be up.
My Lord, to the chair then.
My Lord.
Go ahead, Honorable. Go, Honorable Priest.
Go on.
No, my Lord. I humbly submit to my virgin. Yes, my Lord, I humbly submit to the eye.
Rastafari. Give thanks to life and love, and give thanks to opening rebuke. It's better than secret love, Yeah, give thanks to the Empress, them voices again as the mother with sisters, them, you know. Yeah, the Melchizedek priesthood order, as the oath says, a priest forever. That means it's not just today nor tomorrow. It's a eternal. Zali Alem mean
True.
eternal, you know. And looking upon the reality of the priesthood, as we say, it need to revamp, you know. We need to analyze where really a priest, when you be called a priest, what it really meant. Because I man, before even I man reach even the priest foundation. When I man that read I man scroll and going through for really see the Levites order, it was a thing where really interested in touch I man iris. Even Ezekiel 35, where I tell you of the priest, the life and the liberty of him, you know? And yes, we need to make some changes within individual, as the honorable priest Himes say. Maybe, you know, but if we not really embark upon it, speak about it, then and only then, you know. Yeah, because one's maybe taking this Melchizedek and it's like a slang. It's just a slang right now. Melchizedek priesthood order become like a slang, you know. The life and the liberty, again, it's supposed to correspond. The light, the live. Because as him said, let your light so shine that man and men may see your works and glorify the Father with praise. So our one conduct himself or carry themselves, again, you know, it also have a meaning to the priest, to the priesthood order also, you know. So I think the oath where the priesthood, the Melchizedek priesthood order, as him said, not after the order of Aaron. It's because at the altar, them never they tell you that a priesthood order either sprang from Judah, you know. And we see Judah represent the Rastafarian movements today. And we see the priest did come establish that, you know, as the king said, many of us came from many tribes, which him could identify even if you say, well, then him is from the tribe of Judah, you know. So we give thanks for the Melchizedek order where the priest could have it set among ourselves and could have it lift I and I, because there is nothing upon the face of the earth higher than a man choosing to be a priest. But it's how we conduct ourselves and how we continue left from where the priest left with right now, really baffling right now. You know, it's a reality, and we have to face the reality. You know, not just maybe yes, as the Empress said, we go up on the altar and ray and ray and ray. That's it. No, there's a humanitarian need within it also, you know. And I think this is where maybe lacking among the brethren them same way, not reaching out to the humanitarian side, more on
One
just
more minute.
spiritual minded, where it need a balance. It need a
True.
balance. It need the spirit, it need the humanitarian balance also. If you know and say, well then, like as the Empress earlier on said, when I man came to Shash, I man sister there was a work to be done. And for me, that walk around in my robe or whatever, me never see it like And this is what maybe those maturity of understanding as priests that they don't know one's one for really engraft. We know better than no one. We supposed to show ourselves more level. Just like even we see in the Christian world, we see priests go to hospital, go pray for people. We see them go to prison. Like remember one time, the priest used to send even brethren for go to GP, General Penitentiary prison. If you go visit even the prison, in our time when we was there.
Time.
So, yeah. So anyway, give thanks. Yeah, the priesthood order is something really need to be taken into consideration. The Melchizedek priesthood order is not for today, nor for tomorrow, but Zali Alem means eternal. God is love. Yeah, as we earlier on said, the Christ manifest that became the minister and master of love, you know. So we need to really embark up again, which is just showing love, not just speaking, but showing the reality of love, what love mean, you know. Yeah. The ninth one. Truth can be an offense. Yeah. Sometimes we may speak truth and it causes an offense. But the reality, as them always say, he that do the wrong thing will do it again if you not talk the truth, you know? And this is why I man really love Rastafari, we are life, and even the spiritual way of life is to really declare truth and defend truth in whatever it form, you know? So we know, as him say, you may rebuke a fool and him go hate you. You know, but if you rebuke a wise man, it shall be an excellent kindness to him head, which shall not break him head. You know? So give thanks again still for truths and rights and love and light still. 10. When the sanctuary defiled, which are even with holy, which are even with temple. As the majesty say, apart from the kingdom of God, there is nothing higher than higher than that upon the face of the earth. So the only way it can fall unless sin enter it. Now, looking upon the physical sanctuary, because of our ways and we're doing sometime, yes, sin may enter it. Also, we good it up, you know, which is the first sanctuary. We have to preserve, we try to keep it holy, you know, and then the physical sanctuary. You know, so just like we really maybe are going in our house right now, you know, it need to reconcile, for go back to the drawing board for see what's really going wrong. And then we could have really clean up the house again, you know, and make it to be holy. Rastafari.
To the chair.
My Lord, blessed love.
Honorable, blessed love to the royal house, you know. Give thanks for life and the life giver. And give thanks for resurrecting with Christ. Because as I think in the scripture, what Paul said, when they crucified Christ, he was crucified with Christ. And when Christ resurrect, and I resurrect with him. Holy Manuel, Celestia. Yeah, Rastafari. Yeah, my lord, and the priesthood, yeah, is all manner of workmanship. You see, so he got the praises to go up and he got the works differently, carpentry, metal works, sand and making, dress and shoe, you know, and all of them things as well. Because the ceremonial order still is supported with funds and stuff like that, money. So if the president got to come to understanding that is all manner of workmanship. Marcus Garvey had laundries. Caspar Holteen had nightclubs and all kind of different businesses. And that's how the movement operated. They had Madame Sinclair, all of them, they were spending money. They were making big money and supporting black organization in Harlem and wherever. You know, when they say priesthood, don't forget the Empress them, because the priesthood covered the Empress them same way. Is the Empress bought the priest? Is the Empress bought the king and the Christ? So we give thanks for everything being said and done, you know. Give thanks to Beyond and Council Elders once more again, you know. Give thanks to all the word song and power from everyone, because
Well said and done. My Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Blessed love. Give thanks. And honorable priest, also, you have your honor.
Yes, my Lord. Blessed love one and all. But these things about the priesthood is to be simple, and we should all understand it by now. Because Melchizedek is a serious oath. It's an oath forever. And what we have to do is keep our four pillars. The four pillars of the priesthood is intellectuality, spirituality, being human, and carry that pastoral ability to minister to people, to teach people, and to do what we have to do to get it together. Because, as I say now, we all know these things. We have been going over it. For God is love, and let us all love, and we must just live the natural life. But the things a human being must realize, whether a priest or not a priest, a man or a woman, all right, that the characteristics of every man is different. First, he is still a sinner like everybody else. Second, he doesn't abandon his life or his family life, he purifies them. Third, he still is attracted to women, human. Fourth, he doesn't give up the fatherhood. Fifth, he is worthy of his mission. Sixth, he shall make mistakes like every other. Seven, he is fully happy. And if we understand these things, we must know that we are, as I said first, we make mistakes, we do abandon the farm. And if we just do the right thing, because this Melchizedek priesthood is not about like the Aaron priesthood. Aaron priesthood was about sacrifice. The Melchizedek priesthood is what the priest have to take on for himself. And when he get that appointment, it is a living sacrifice. So he has to live it all the days of his life, eternally, a priest forever. That was meant by that. If we take it up seriously and we look at our negative things, like the lusting and like the negative things, what we all do, we are all human beings. But we don't give up our fatherhood and we are not on an unworthy mission with our family. We understand we still make mistakes. But the key is to make everyone happy and for us to unite, my Lord and Majesty.
Blessed my Lord.
Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Blessed love.
Welcome, Priest Lamont, to the platform.
Honorable Co-Chair, Priest Lamont. Blessed love, my Lord.
Blessed love, royal family.
We are here, Priest Lamont.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Blessed love and all the family. Give thanks. This phone is giving me a challenge. That's why I'm taking so long. I am so apologetic for coming in late, my Lord and Empress. I know someone who understand my agenda. You know.
Better late than never.
I am so thankful, my Lord, for that. You know, honorable word of comfort. Yes, I have been listening.
Welcome.
Yes, my Lord. I've been listening, Honorable Chair, today. I heard from you were reading the number 7 question. And I know I have missed a lot, but based on what I understand from what I listen, and I would just love to respond to the 2 questions that are being addressed.
Freedom.
You know, about a priest forever and when the sanctuary is defiled.
Yeah.
You know, I just have to speak from my own tradition as a Rastafari and as a priest, and someone that has sought the way of the priest from I was like 7 years old. I came up in a church that you know, we have priests and so forth in the Catholic Church, and I was very you know, admirable of the old priest order and the levity, because I saw humility and I saw compassion. Maybe they are not as authentic as we are, say, when we talk about we as Rastafari, but there's something about them too, because as I have come more and more to learn, I realize that they are really patterning I and I, our tradition as the real Melchizedek high priest. But for myself, it is really about always self-searching, self-repenting, because it's about how much I can judge myself to do the right thing. It's always about self-judgment for me. And it's always about, just recapitulating. If I said the right thing, I try. It's something that I do almost at the end of every day. Even for a brief time before I fall asleep, I just try to rerun my day, what I said, how angry I was about that, what was my response, was it the right one? I do a lot of that as a priest, because we were trained in that way too, to always be confessing to yourself, because it's about and coming to me Rastafari, the priesthood for me and a priest forevermore. It takes me further, from just the Catholic understanding, because righteous man is God in flesh, and that is imprinted and really embedded in my mind and in my heart. And my understanding of God, I try to make my priesthood order try to make me be that God that I look forward to in the divine God. And as a priest, my basic aim is to understand and to really try to identify as much with the humility of the divine. And it's always about forgiveness. Because perfection is something that it's not something that I expect of ordinary, what I would say, temporal man that is not spiritual. And perfection is something that I see in people, that because for me, honorables, when we talk about God and we talk about the devil, we have to understand that these are two powerful forces, and both can manifest great things. And it's about perfection that is compatible to what is satisfactory to someone else. So perfection must work like righteousness, and righteousness must be experienced not just by you, but by your interaction with the people that you deal with, your brother, with your sister, with your mother, with your father, with your brethren. So perfection is about speaking the truth, no matter how hard it is, accepting the truth, no matter how hard it is, and succumbing to that truth, no matter how hard it is and how embarrassing it may seem. And that, I think, is the depth of the priest, to accept the truth, no matter how hard it is, and to identify that and defend that. And that I see lacking in a lot of our tradition, because it is the thing that is causing us not to manifest the word that is to be manifested, because we are not holding on and defending the truth and accepting it, even if it does go in your favor, in my favor, then I try to learn to hold that. And some of the times in public, one has to be really a priest to hold the truth when it does not go in a way that you is in your court, your ball court, your satisfaction.
True.
So that is my tradition as a priest, to always be judging myself. Not that I always tell people, they say, oh, how come them do you that and you still? But if I do like them, I can't be different from them. So I never let someone else's action, cause me to do something that is not in my analytic mind the right thing. And if I do that, then I repent. So that is the next thing about the priest. The priest must always be willing to repent, to say, I am wrong, I am sorry, because it's about humility. I hope I am not too long-winded, but I want to talk about when the sanctuary is defiled. And the sanctuary, because we see in many instances where they have, services in dedication of a place, of a building, of a new house, and it's sanctified and it's blessed. And when something is defiled, it means that it is not existing within its sacred state, and so it must be re-sanctified. If it was sanctified, say the sanctified man sanctified the unsanctified woman. So it means that if we are sanctified and we remain sanctified, then we should be able to help to keep and get other people sanctified by our action and our liberty. And if the temple is defiled, it's not sanctified, and then it requires again a kind of remorse in yourself, a kind of self-searching, a kind of acceptance of wrong. Whatever caused a temple to be unsanctified, that must be understood, because the first solution to the problem is understanding what it is. And if we realize that something has caused, because the temple, for me, the sanctuary is really our inner self, inner being. And when that sanctuary is defiled, whether in your thoughts or in your action, because you could very well feel defiled by what you say or what you think or what you do. And when a sanctuary is defiled, it's hardly something that someone else can know, unless it's like a building or the church that is desecrated by some, obscene thing, cursing, fighting in the temple, or, profane things in the temple. But the sanctuary that I think the priest is to be concerned about is the inner sanctum, the seat of conscience that can determine to you in yourself, am I right? Am I wrong? Did I make that anger get the better of me? Did I do that action or so? So when the sanctuary is defiled, it requires, quiet time. It requires an alone time with the divine. It requires a reconnection with the divine within the inner sanctum. It's always, for me, a personal thing, because to be a priest forevermore and to be sanctified all the time, there are those times that I am anywhere I am. When I used to go to stage shows and parties and whatever, there always is a time that I acknowledge where I am, and I always offer a prayer. because that is my way of keeping my sanctuary sanctified. It doesn't matter where I am. I could be in the middle of a storm. In my inner sanctum, where my sanctuary is, I try to offer a prayer all the time. And if it, my Lord and
Well
Empress.
said.
My
Well
Lord.
said.
Yes, son. Yes, my Lord. One of the things I would like to say about the priesthood of Melchizedek, when Jah meet me, him tell me, he thing to him, say, they have fun with them, stuff. And he say, yeah, man, wait on the other. So,
Breaking up priest Ansley.
I could come.
Priest Ansley, you're breaking up.
Yeah, you break up precisely. We're not hearing you clearly. You're broken up. You broke up.
All right, man.
Better now. No, you better now. You better now. Speak. No, better now. You speak. Speak.
Right. Well, him tell me.
Oh, gone again.
And
Gone
when he
again,
give me
man.
the fullness, he must show me, say, we. All right. But I'll come back with that thought there.
Yeah, but your time to read too, So if you're breaking up, you're not a problem, right now.
Someone else
I can next one read now. Yeah. Which part me day me have to be there because my phone need charging. So me can't move from here.
How come it's so clear now? As you thought that you just saw come through very clear a while ago.
Yeah.
Read it. Read the Empress.
It's not me. Honorable Priest Germain.
Yes, Honorable Empress.
Are you in a position to read, my lord?
No, Empress, not at this moment.
Do we have a priest that is in a position to read? Since this is a priest reasoning, we're allowing the priest to do the reading.
Rastafari.
Priest Carissa.
I don't know if I did miss
Yes,
One second.
Yes,
We have three priests calling. Priest
Well, Priest
Barisa.
Carissa is not always with us, so let's just give him the honor now. Since he's not always with us, let's give the
Tradition
honor.
African spiritualist of the ADE. Honorable priest. Go ahead, priest.
Go ahead, Rastafari. Give thanks for the opportunity again, and more love, more life, more help. During the Anno Domini ADE era, traditional African spiritualists lived by a holistic philosophy that integrated spirituality into every aspect of daily existence, prioritizing community, nature, and ancestral connection over rigid time structure. Their lifestyle was defined by a belief system that view life in cycle and maintain that the physical and spiritual world are constantly interacting. Key aspect of how African spiritualists lived and practiced included ancestral veneration. Spiritualists view ancestors as living dead, relatives who maintain an interest in their descendant daily lives, acting as mediator between the living and God. Ancestors were remembered through stories, naming, and in some cases, caring for graves. Earth-connected intelligence. Time was not measured by clock, but by the rhythm of nature. Seasons and natural event, example, the sun's position, the crow of a rooster. community-centered Ubuntu. Living was defined by the principle of Ubuntu, I am because we are. Spiritual practices reinforce societal harmony and cohesion, focusing on healing the spirit before the body. Use of nature and natural element. Spiritualists utilize plants, water, and geographically features like caves and mountains for healing, rituals, and spiritual communion. Rituals and divination. Roles like sangomas, healer, shamans are organs, mambos, voodoo priests use ritual, trance state, and music, drums to communicate with spirit and address illness or lack of harmony with the community. Integration of dreams and intuition. Lucid dreams and intuition were highly valued as method for communicating with spiritual realms.
And that was intuition.
Intuition. Adoption and resistance. While some colonial influence attempted to frame these spiritual traditions as evil or primitive, they persisted as systems of knowledge. In situations of force, labor, and colonialization, these spiritual practices became tools of resistance and survival, frequently practiced in secret hush harbors. Syncretism. To protect their tradition, practitioners often blended them with foreign faiths such as Catholic saints, voodoo root work. Enslaved Africans in the Americas developed specialized practices like voodoo, a combination of traditional botanical knowledge, spiritual observance, and African-derived magical tradition. Essentially, African spiritualists during this period live in a manner that maintain a seamless continuity between their everyday physical action and their spiritual ancestral work. To be continued. Rastafari.
Lord.
Majesty. Bless.
Honorable priest, God.
Give thanks. Rastafari originally portrayed a defensive and resistant attitude towards the ruling authority of our domiciled geographic locations. The governments of the diaspora, even after gaining independence, were aggressive and oppressive towards African consciousness. Rastafari, being the pioneers of Africology, was despised by the colonial governments, as I and I were inciting insurrection and separation from the Babylon system. The preaching of a back to Africa philosophy, as taught by Marcus Garvey and others, did not sit well with the authorities who wanted to use our great talents for state benefits. A demographic of people with such courage and creativity was too precious to relinquish and send to another geographical location. So the system concocted a plan of rehabilitate I and I by all means. Presently, we see their plan in full action. King Emmanuel warned I and I that they would make things so appealing that I and I, Rastafari, wouldn't want to repatriate anymore. The governments in the Caribbean are now legally acknowledging our existence as a religion, which was vehemently rejected, but still persecuting I and I way of life. They wanted our ingenuity, but not at the expense of our authenticity. They wanted a conformed, submissive people who will shuck and jive, go along to get along in their system. I and I are here today to let them know we want no part of what they are offering. What we seek is reparatory justice, repatriation with justice for pain, suffering, and loss. We seek only what is duly owed to I and I, no more, no less. So let our voices now be heard as we continue our discussion. To be continued.
My Lord. Any questions? Is Rastafari a religion? Number 2. What did King Emmanuel mean when he said religion is Satanism? Number 3. What were the original aims and objectives of the Rastafari movement? Any more questions or those 3? All right.
Yeah, those 3. Open floor.
My Lord. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Yeah. Tell us what you think. Let us tell each other what we think. Is Rastafari a religion? My Lord and Empress.
To the chair.
Honorable Empress Trisha, Royal Tech.
And this is the House of Priests, and this is the priest reasoning. So we expect to hear from the priests before we even hear from the empresses, my Lord and Empress.
Royal Tech. Royal Tech. Blow.
All right. Rastafari. Well, through this day, me just take the time out right now for there with the item.
So we give thanks. We give thanks.
An honor, my Lord. We give thanks.
Majesty. His Majesty say religion is a man-made philosophy. No, Rastafari, when it did really emerge to him an understanding, it was above the religion framework, because we never did deal with church and all them kind of fullness there. So the priest had even brought forward those heretical irites that we could understand about spirituality. Spirituality, as the Majesty say, is like a ladder. Salvation is like a ladder where you climb up on, for reach up at the pinnacle, for reach up at the top. As I man did see a vision once, see I man climbing up a ladder, and when we reach up at the top of it, it was the high priest. We see up at the top of it, So religion, in short, is a man-made philosophy we create confusion, and disturbance, like what we say, I go on at the world today and teach you out to yourself, say God in the sky, and we have to look for see God out of ourselves, and we have to dead for see God. That's the philosophy of religion, when Emmanuel said, well then, religion is a Satanism, it's just natural as we say, because this is where I create the confusion globally where we say I go on at the earth. Because today you have a war go on, and you have a man declare himself as you say, well, him see Jesus, and Jesus I tell him where, and Jesus I tell them where them figure do, where the wickedness where them figure do, and it's true religion that even came also, So give thanks to the way of Rastafari. That's why we earlier on did I say the Christianity world where we did see and hear about. We never did entangle in it as me heard earlier the priest, too long really I speak of even the Catholic thing, which I man as a youth, we would pass through them places same way if we really see such fullness, which I and I supposed to really develop ourselves like what the priest really endure with, you know? Yeah, if we make mistake or we really see, we really, then we supposed to quick to submit ourselves, to really bring forward ourselves to that oracle, you know? But as we say, it's not everyone maybe in the school did quick in them heavens to really attain unto the knowledge where it really hand down by the teacher, you know. But in reality and in short, yeah, real religion is not I and I philosophy. It's spirituality, you know. With spirituality is the way of life for I and I to live, you know, and govern I and I goodie and I and I community and our family, and all which is right. The origin of the objective of Rastafari, where we know when we come up, it was about freedom, redemption, repatriation back to Africa. You know, that was the original aims and objective of the Rastafarian movements. But today, it may water down. We may hear many ones speak about, even the other day, the UN, we hear them really talk about slavery. It was one of the most brutal crime in the 21st century happened to the Africans. But today, when we look, it's like our movement's been infiltrated. It been infiltrated by many ones where maybe I say them no Rasta, them is of this or that. But the society, the system, and where the priest just read a while ago, is to really subjugate I and I, you know, and them infiltrate I and I movements and bring in all different kind of things. That's why, again, you find the confusion and where really are going within it. So give thanks to the conscious mind them again still, you know, who really cognizance in themselves and still steadfast and focus on the original movements where did really embark upon from that time until this time, you know, because regardless of whatever may be infiltrate and I think and create the confusion, we have to stay focused, as the book did say, the Bible say, many are going to last, are going to fall from them steadfastness and fall with the error of the wicked, you know. So I and I, who is cognizant in ourselves and in the life where we are live today, we have to just pray the Father same way, you know, and the like-minded ones them who can really have coexistent with, then we have to keep that together, you know, and stay upon the original part. It may be long, but it not gonna be forever, you know. Our repatriation never come, it's only Jano, but we have to still beat the drum, you know, and really stay focused among ourselves. We say, well, then, this are the agenda still. Despite it may really look watered down or whatever, this are I man, you know, little interpretation towards the fullness. Rastafari, Lord.
My blessed. I would like to take this moment to read something that His Majesty said. Due to human imperfection, religion has become corrupt, political
Selassie.
devices, and a tool for power struggle. Spirituality is not theology or ideology. It is simply a way of life, pure and original as was given by the Most High. Spirituality is a network in us, linking us. It's a spirituality is a network linking us to the Most High, the universe, and each other. As the essence of our existence, it embodies our identity, nationhood, and destiny. People without a nation they can really call their own is a people without a soul. Africa is our nation and is an spiritual and physical bondage, is in spiritual and physical bondage because her leaders are turning to outside forces for solution to African problems when everything Africa needs is within her. Words of His Majesty, my Lord and Empress.
Pedian,
Blessed.
Rastafari. Yes, that word found by His Majesty on spirituality, where theology is not spirituality. Yes, you know, but I have to understand that theology is a discourse among I and I to bring about the accurate knowledge of the Most High. See? So we have to understand that too. So it's not that we're going to broad brush everything as being said. Because of this Western infiltration through the whole of the ecclesiastical nature of the religiosity of man, and bring about their doctrines and interpretation and corrupt the whole thing, as His Majesty said, become political and corrupt and all kind of isms and schisms. Now, when we look at religion, as I know Rastafari people, Rastafari children, we are not a religion. It's a way of life. It is something similar to when the apostles was in Jerusalem at the time when they went up to Galilee, and all the different nations was there. If you had to look at Acts 2, verse 9, all the different nations of people. And one people I always pay attention to is the Elamites, which is now Iran, the Elam. Those same people was trading all the way with Ezra and Nehemiah to rebuild the temple. And there was even up in those times with Peter and Paul and all them man actually going up to the Passover. Not the Passover, to Pentecost, which is the Feast of Weeks. Well, come back to the essence of religion. Religion is an obedience to a divine code. And here is another word sound by His Majesty. Progress without religion is just like a life surrounded by unknown perils and can be compared to a body without a soul. It is when the human, it is only when the human mind is guided by religion and morality that man can acquire the necessary vision to put all his ingenious invention and contravenes to a really useful and beneficial purpose. Now, so here is it. Where within I self, we have a religious code, a code of ethics and discipline, and all these things pertaining to righteousness. But that code being jeopardized and infiltrated by a one who trying to take over the supremacy of the ecclesiastical nature, which we call Babylon, who is of confusion. The Roman Catholic Church and Vatican and all the daughters of them who drink of her wine or doctrine. And that will mess up everything. So I today cannot hold fast on religion, even though we must have some respect and some honors pertaining to a one disciplines and the code of his actions. See? So I must be still aware. But I know within Rastafari liberty. I know not a religion. I is a way of life. As I would come back to the same with the apostles going up to Pentecost. With the apostles, their faith, it was not of a religion either. It was a way of life. But then, the people who were scoffing at them was actually called them, which they have this name now, Christian. The word Christian was used as a derogatory word towards them. And they humbled themselves. And the word became a part of them in an honorable way, meaning followers of Christ, which I too
1
follow.
minute.
I read?
1 minute.
Yes, I. Oh, the time.
Yeah, you have 1 more minute.
Yeah.
Summarize. Yes.
What I'm saying is, it's the same way it was derogatory in the time of the apostles. So I too is passing through this era of misconception of these codes where religion now come corrupt, it become political, it become a whole heap of isms and schisms. So I have to be aware and be careful in how I go about within I code of conduct and certain utterances and certain things and explanation. Yeah. If thanks.
Selassie, Rastafari.
To the chair.
My Lord.
Thanks. Give
Yes, gods and goddesses. So, number one say, is Rastafari a religion? A religion, really see it as religion wrong, you know, 'cause it don't come with confusion and separation within I and I liberty, you know what I say? So, we don't need a religion, but if I want to ask me personally, what is my religion? Me that tell him say Freedom International, Black Repatriation, back to the motherland, you know? For those at home and those that abroad, that's what the father say, you know what I mean? So we don't need a religion. A Rastafari is a way of life, like what the God just say, which is true.
Pardon me, Priest Barry. 1
Honorable.
minute. Honorable Priest Nappy, while the priest is going through him answers, could you give me the official meaning for religion? Priest Nappy?
Don't know if you're in other position.
I think Priest Nappy
It's
is
a, it's a little bit loud when we're there, Majesty, because yes, we're
Yeah,
having that,
Maybe
all
the
right, Priest.
secretary can look it up.
Yes, Secretary. Priest Barry, you can go ahead, talk.
To the chair.
My Lord.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, hold on, Priest as well. The Honorable Priest Barry was speaking. Let him finish. Honorable Chair the thing.
Meaning of religion, quick.
I
My
have the
Lord.
definition when
No.
ones are ready for it.
Yes,
Yeah,
God.
okay. And Priest Barry, go ahead.
You hearing me?
Don't worry, Priest as well. Let
All
Priest
right.
Barry finish.
So, like you were saying, is Rastafari a religion? That's number one. No, Rastafari is not a religion. It's a way of life. We deal with spirituality from we ancient people and from ancient Kushites, you know, as we is Ethiopians from birth, yeah? So we deal with
True.
spirituality and a livity. That means a way of life and our practice with discipline and certain things. I don't stand for nothing, we fall for anything in this judgment, but as the dad say, you know what I mean? So
True.
yes, Rastafari is not a religion. We can't contest to that because we don't need a religion. Let me say a religion wrong. So number two say, what did Emmanuel mean when he say religion is Satanism? Well, religion is Satanism, yes, I put it on the feet because religion come with a lot of like me say confusion and division. Because if you check it how the church them live out there. This are one against that, the one of them. And I'm right now, I see it all come like it a come full circle within even the Rastafari community and liberty. I would say Rasta act like say, boy, you know what I mean? Him a more Rasta than you and him know more about Selassie than you. And I know that the thing is all about. It's a oneness from creation time till this time, a oneness cause. Matter if you are being the Bobo at 12 tribe, well, I wait up, I see him fat, God in a way. Not every man, you know, I say, God, one God for us all. And I know two God and three God busy. That's why that I come teach you say, know ourselves and know the God in our week, we are the God. So you have to commune with the inner man, the workman within manself, you know what I mean? So when that as a Satanism not wrong, I just overstanding, like the man say. Understanding run the world and ignorance carry the burden, you know. And then number three, now would I say, what were the original aims and objectives of the Rastafari movement? Yeah, like we say, Rastafari movement, I forget that the people and repatriate back to the motherland where and take we from and bring it come in at the western world, come dump it off like some garbage, you know what I mean? Slaves has gone to them. So aim and objective, yes, I forget that the masses and bring it back to the homeland where it belong to the motherland, you know, Mother Earth. Ethiopia, Black Zion, see, and we have the father show, show and teach, you know, from them time till this time. So, and I'm nothing new under the sun. I just, we just know ourselves and know say forward ever and backward never. And the unity within the relativity, I think that is a big issue right now. That's why we need more. Think we need to get more gummy, some little man, some man and man we have some vibes from way back way. Who me know that them and them, that them and them, I go around them, I minister them and them. We have to let go them vibes there. Right, so we can't go no further because like the man say, Marcus say, enough of we now go really ready for Africa because Africa will spit you out because you can't go as I am with your Western way and your Western vibes where you say, you know what I mean? Animosity and all them things that we have to straighten the crooked ways from yourself forward shadow woman, you know what I mean? So unification is a big significance within our liberty right now. Especially, you know what I mean? We have to get the thing going and get it moving.
Honorable.
Yes, my Lord and Empress.
Give
Like
thanks.
I like the Empress say,
Blessed Lord.
the definition of religion is a complex task because it covers a vast range of human experiences, beliefs, and social structures. Scholars generally approach the definition through two main lenses: what religion is and what religion does. That is it. My Lord
Anyone
Empress.
else, anyone else have anything else to add to that definition?
Blessed.
Religion.
Yes.
Because
It's
like we
oh,
say, my lord, the difference
Hold
between
on.
religion and spirituality, will I say, religion is a community institution and tradition. Like we say, we are spiritual people, so that I come from a tradition. And spirituality, you know, is an individual growth and inner peace.
Give
Fluid,
thanks.
personal, and self-directed, you know. My Lord and Empress. Give
My
thanks.
Lord. Empress.
yes, excuse me, definition goes in a little deeper. It says religion is a structured system of beliefs, practices, and ethics, generally involving the worship of a supernatural, divine, or spiritual power, or a pursuit of a higher state of being. It often includes organized behaviors like rituals, prayer, sacred texts, and moral codes that provide a shared, cohesive worldview for followers. Bless it.
Yeah. To the
Give
chair.
thanks. Go ahead, my
That was
Lord.
what that was what the Virgin said earlier. The Virgin from Saint Kitts in his definition. So he was right on point with how he coined it. You know, again, while we respect everyone's faith, whether they want to call it the religion or whatever, we respect everyone's faith. You know, everyone have a right. You know, and just like how we don't want a one to obstruct our right, we have to respect other people's rights as well. So one have the right to define them tradition or them say as religion. Just like how I and I as Rastafari from the founding fathers declared it not to be a religion. And a little history quickly. When Rastafari started out, they rejected the Bible. I remember as a young youth being among certain elders, and then we just rip out all a page out of the Bible and light them chalice. See? Now we might look at that as utter disrespect because we sing the book as holy, you know. Now, yes, in a sense, to ones and ones, to other ones in their religion, it is a holy book, you know. But again, why Rastafari rejected the book as well as the philosophy that was being taught by that book was because that was the basis of our enslavement. And that is something we must always remember. That was the basis of our enslavement. Them even had a slave ship named Jesus of Lulabek. Saying it was the premise on which they made the wrong right by declaring it to be an act of God or a permission given by God. Seeing using that version, and we must always again remember that version of the scriptures, because the original scriptures came from the pyramid text of the walls of the pyramid and the Dead Sea Scroll and other Essene writings that was compiled to make up the more than 66 books that were originally the Bible. The first compiled version was compiled by the Greeks, the Ptolemies, who took what they stole from Africa, what they plagiarized back to Greece, and created the Septuagint version. From the Septuagint versions, you have a million version leading up to James and the New American version and all of these other versions that exist. See? So we can see even what His Majesty said, the tampering with the original scriptures to weaponize it against I and I so they could make the slave trade and authorize a divinely authorized trade versus a grievous crime against humanity, as declared by the UN vote the other day, and has declared by the Africans from the continent to the diaspora. That has been one of the ticklers among the negotiation for justice. At the Durban conference in 2000 and whatever that was, 1 or 2003, the British, the Americans, and the Israelis walked out of that conference because they would not accept the language that was being proposed, which is the same language. It is a crime against humanity. And they have rejected that up to today because fear of having to compensate, to give restitution for those injustices. See, and so while again I will seal with this, we respect everyone's right to praise God in the way that they seem to praise God. We still, as Rastafari, stand on the premise that we are not a religion. We are a traditional way of life, seeing which we practice what our ancestors ascribed and prescribed for I and I. Back to the chair.
My Lord and Majesty. Because when you look into it, all the religion and them, when they were formed, they used the platform to enforce slavery. And to enforce colonialism teachment. So, even as it's saying in the third question, what was the original aims and objectives of the Rastafari movement? It was totally a resistance movement against the evil white world and the sayings and doings, the whole concept. Because their vision was to have little miniature white boys and girls in the West Indies, yeah. You know, we defy what they try to conjure up. So the original Rastafari was definitely a resistance against the evil white world teachment and saying. So floor is open, my Lord and Emperor.
And quickly, just want to quickly bring it full circle. Just want to quickly bring it full circle to the brethren from St. Kitts, so he can address this later on. There's a competition that has arisen between the islands to say who did what first and who did what second and all of this foolishness that doesn't apply because all those islands were slave plantations. So we should not be jostling over anything that arises from those plantations. Now, the Jamaica Minister of Culture made a public statement that came in the newspaper the other day about. She was asked a question: what does she think about what happened in Saint Kitts recently? The acceptance of Rastafari as a religion. And she stated that, well, it is not the first, even though it's being highlighted as the first, because Jamaica did it, because the church, that the Church of Haile Selassie the First, is registered with the government and has been registered for years and accepted by the government and whatever else them said that the government did to recognize Rastafari. Now, while that statement was made and went out universally, it's an hypocritical statement and a lie. Not the part of who did it first, because I don't care about that. The part that them claiming that them accept Rastafari. Even today, Jamaica being the hub of Rastafari, and they are claiming custodianship of the culture of Rastafari, they still don't like Rastafari. The status quo and the wider society still have a fear of Rastafari. And one of the main reasons being our Back to Africa initiative. They want us to be good islanders and
Yeah.
accept the rehabilitation. Yes, to
Yeah.
accept the rehabilitation plan and to become productive members of the society of Jamaica
Really.
and St. Kitts and Barbados and these places. While Rastafari continue to agitate for the right of return. We were taken away forcefully. We should not have to have visas or a $2,000 ticket to go to return home. We should be granted that right because it's a right that was deprived from us and must be returned if the redress is to be of a reality. So that's why we are agitating today for reparatory justice, for what they call reparations for the transatlantic slave trade. See? So these are the things that we must be cohesive on and not allow them to separate us with the religion that we're talking about right here, the division of religion. Seeing because they are accepting in these islands, I and I as a religion. When we have openly and universally declared to them that we are not a religion. We are a faith-based people, as the Honorable Chair often says. We are a faith-based people. We are a spiritual people, but we are Africans first and foremost. And that is what bonds us together. That is what we stand on. And that is what we are defending. The right to return to Africa from whence we were taken. Back to the chair.
To the floor, my lads, empresses, royal
Yes, sir.
congregation.
Yes,
Yes,
Victor.
my lad.
Yes.
I go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes,
Honorable
priest.
Chair.
Give
No,
thanks, my lad.
one second, man. Honorable Chair.
Yes, my
Priest
lord.
Andre. Honorable Prophet Mark, I think, is asking for the floor.
Honorable, my dead silence say, yes, I. Freedom.
Yes, priest. Give thanks for the item I'd said, It's well perfectly said. And we have to come to a term where we always speak about education and understanding the language code that they use amongst I and I. You see, that how we in this combobulation with confrontation towards one another with a simple thing of understanding. So today's Black Law Concordance book speak about religion as an everyday practice like this, what the item explain about. So it's a practice that we practice of a liberty, of spirituality connection. You see, again, back to a rhythm of creation. You see it? So it's a practice, everyday practice. That's what religion means in the Black Strand Concordance book. But today, being infiltrated by the language that we use of religion, have us in this confrontation with this word sound. You see, because you are a practice that you live. It's a liberty that you live every day that you practice. So we have to come to understanding within this word sound that we use as a language, and it just plainly speak what the sister said of a practice, but they have a different way of practice towards I and I practice. So we have to understand that, my lad. And I wanted to say too, we use a term named Pan-African. This is a new age term that came alongside the language that separating I and I to this day because they use origin words amongst I and I of usage. You see, just like we had the Negro, then we had black, and then we come to all these terms of name that was given to I to separate I and I in different categories. So we got to come to the understanding of what these things mean and what they stand for, Rasta. And we say eradicating colonialism. That's all I man have to say in our state to that.
Yes, I give
My
thanks.
Lord, give thanks.
Rastafari.
Floor is open.
To the
Yes,
chair.
yes.
Oh.
This Ira again. On the issue of the recognition of Rastafari in the Caribbean, whether first or last.
I pray.
And
I pretty 1 second. Can we, because we have several more questions, can you write that thought down and let's just go through because it's 5 o'clock already on my side. Can we finish, go through the program, and then we can have all other questions come up after, my lord?
Yes, Empress. And I have a Coach Priest Lamont. You understand?
I pretty for stop it. No, it wasn't Priest Lamont.
No, it was the virgin from Saint Kitts. He was coming in. Let him just finish. Let him just finish that statement now. Let him just finish that. Because him start the statement already.
Go ahead, Honorable.
yes, give thanks. Yes, I was saying with this confusion that I Caribbean governments are bringing upon I Rastafari people. First thing, do not let I get tangled in the quagmire. They have in elections different times, and they do not have anything to campaign on. So the only thing is to bring Rasta into the campaign and the quagmire. Now, within what took place here in St. Kitts, it is a whole heap of confusion, hypocrisy, and everything. There, we have a prime minister who is a child of Rastafari. His mother and father are Rastas. We have another prime minister in Antigua, Brother Gaskin Brown, who also passed through the Rastafari house, especially with the elder that died. I forget his name.
Frankai, Brother Frankai.
Brother Frankai and Sogaifa. See? But in 2018, at CRO Rastafari conference, Brother Gaskin Brown was at the head table where he acknowledged Rastafari. I was at that conference. I have pictures with both me and him. And he acknowledged Rastafari. But what I think is they didn't put it in the legislation. They didn't make it law. But it was acknowledged. But what St. Kitts did, not only to acknowledge it, they put it a part of the legislation within I Rastafari, right? Because of the case of Brother Sankofa, who challenged the constitution and the government at that time and won, and over sacramental rights and privacy rights. But now we develop all this confusion with the Jamaicans and all sorts of different people who are trying to make claim They didn't love Rastafari. They never loved Rastafari. You know? But they wanted to say no. Now they are a drowning man trying to catch us a strap using Rastafari. We have a problem here in St. Kitts where our Prime Minister and the Agriculture Minister, where we are trying to improve on a ganja industry. And we have the ecclesiastical ministry, which consists of the Christian Council and the Evangelical Association, who are the enemies of Rasta.
Okay, yeah.
And actually join forces with a fraction of the police force who too do not want the promotion of ganja. And with these two forces, form a clique in the absence of our Prime Minister, Dr. Joe, when he was in Nigeria with some of the brethren, and gonna send out a warrant and actually arrest one of our brother in Nevis, Brother Banky, and arrest another brother in St. Kitts by the name of Nubian Griot. Two Rastas who were actually doing ganja promotion. But it is political. And here is where it is political. Brother Banky is proposing to take part in the Nevis Island Assembly elections and is creating an upset. Brother Nubian in St. Kitts is competing on the opposition bench, or the opposition party, I must say, in St. Kitts, and they had a recent polls where he was leading the present representative for that constituency. So the conspiracy is to cook up this thing, have them arrested and all kind of thing, and bring all sort of confusion here in our federation by using Rasta and we sacramental right as a political pawn. Rasta in the Caribbean got to
My
be very
Lord.
careful with our politicians. They're set of demons with the Christian Council and the Evangelical Association, the ecclesiastical nature of these people. That is why religion is so corrupt. And we cannot accept religion.
My Lord.
Yes, give
Thanks.
thanks.
Yes, my lord.
Rastafari.
Give thanks. Yeah, man. Give thanks for
Very,
that clarity there.
very well put. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah,
even
man.
the iron clearer understanding our one.
To the chair,
But we're not
quickly,
done yet, you know.
please.
We're not done yet. Let's go through the program and then we can get back to the conversation there as the Empress
Yeah.
asked. Just hold your thought for a second, Honorable Priest Jeremy. We just get through these questions quickly, and so we can get this, so we can seal up the program on this conversation. We want to seal up the program on this specific conversation because it is important to I and I as a movement. But let us just get through the rest of it as the
Question
Empress.
number 4.
And so we're coming right forward to the item, right forward to the item. Royal Empress, go through.
Honorable Priest Adigan.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. Continuing reading. Colonization is not a phase or temporary act. It is a process of permanent control. The USA is a colony of Britain set up to continue the policing of the empire's colonies. Europe has been locked in a competition for power control from the days of Spain and the Spanish Armada, who were the first to navigate the seven seas using African navigators. The Moors were the ones who established Spain, building its architecture and organizing its government structure. The Moors were also the first to design maritime charts used in ocean navigation. The Moors were originally the early inhabitants of North Africa The darkish. I think is that a spelling error? It means is it meant to be skin? It's the shin.
Darkest skin, yes, the darkest skin. Yes, my lord.
The darkest skin people of the desert regions. The Asiatic and Eurocentric people, after invading the northern region of Africa, cohabitated with the African and created the hybrid known today as Berbers or Amazighi. Amagzai. Amagzai. Africans and Asians were peaceful hunter-gatherers who were spiritual people, while Europeans were brutish and violent by nature. Europeans being the last ethnicity to emerge after the Great Ice Age, coming into a world already in development, sought a place in the hierarchy by using strength over charisma. So from their emergence, they developed an aggressive nature of barbarism. This has been their way, only refined over time but not changed. Their actions presently in the 21st century is an expression of desperation, as the information highway has exposed their plots, deception, and lies, causing people of color to reorganize themselves and take control of their resources. If this is allowed to continue, Europe will lose its grip. Repeat. If this is allowed to continue, Europe will lose its grip on world power. Hence, their violent, hateful nature is once again emerging. Religion was their greatest weapon, and politics their best method of modern government. People of African descent were colonized using religion, which is why, even until today, religion is the greatest influence and hindrance to reorganizing of the African continent and diaspora. Both religion and politics are methods of division. Until we are able to rid ourselves of these mental enslavement, Africans will continue to exhibit the foreign Eurocentric nature of barbarism. Continue. My Lord and Empress.
Give thanks.
Rastafari. So we have the three final questions, I believe. Number 4, did the mission change? Number 5, as knowledge increases, is our tradition to remain the same? Repeat. As knowledge increases, is our tradition to remain the same? Haile Selassie, I caution I and I to be careful not to confuse religion and spirituality. What did His Imperial Majesty mean? Repeat. Haile Selassie, I caution I and I to be careful not to confuse religion and spirituality. What did His Imperial Majesty mean? Floor is open, my lord. Those are the final 3 questions, my lord. Empress.
Put up the other questions, Empress, if there are others.
Number 7. If there is no perfection in humanity, and the fool likewise, just as the wise die, is it not the duty of every generation to determine what is best for their generation? Repeat. If there is no perfection in humanity, and the fool likewise, just as the wise die, Is it not the duty of every generation to determine what is best for their generation? Number 8, the office and duties of the priesthood in essence remains the same. Does that mean the overall development doesn't change? Repeat. The office and duties of the priesthood in essence remains the same. Does that mean the overall development doesn't change?
The
Number
other two
9.
Empress.
Go ahead. Okay. The Black Christ declared that we should throw away the current Bible upon our return to Africa. What did he mean? Number 9. The Black Christ declared that we should throw away the current Bible upon our return to Africa. What did he mean? Number 10. Should the priests and empresses there continue to use the Western version of the Bible, or seek a higher interpretation, or seek the original book of sacred science? Repeat. Number 10. Should the priests and empresses there continue to use the Western version of the Bible, or seek a higher interpretation, or seek the original book of sacred science? My Lord and Empress, very, very
Honorable Priest.
thought-provoking.
Honorable Priest, before we go in at the questions, I think since Priest Jermaine was up next and waiting, we could just allow him to concise his
Honorable Prince
reasoning.
German, my Lord.
Oh, blessed love, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for, allowing me to grace the floor once more, and, bring forward my thoughts. I want to commend the Honorable, Ras Ira, for even coming forward and bringing such clarity to what is taking place there in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, And, I'm going to be quick and short because, I don't want to length it out, and I want to commend him also for being, a part of the organization of Rastafari in Unity that we have there in St. Kitts, and him taking the time out. Because I did put it out to, the many, and he was, the one that actually answered the call, and he is the right one that actually answered the call. So I give thanks for the elder taking his time out of his schedule and his day to even join I within I reasoning today, A couple of things, for I moving forward. I want us to be more concise within the I programming and how we do things, and not draw out the program because right now we actually heading into the 5th hour of the program. And when you check the flyer and everything, you could see the font, that stated, when you look at the flyer good, whoever designed the flyer, the standing out portions of the flyer was rejecting the title of religion. Now that font was made bigger and, more than everything else and brighter. And it said St. Kitts and Jamaica and St. Kitts claim of acceptance. What I'm trying to say is this program basically is 2 programs in one, because we came through a period of where we was talking about domestic practices and our spiritual functions, so moving forward in the future, for time's sake and like I said, when we live on the air, we should make the program a little bit more tighter and it will grab, people's attention more. My Lord and Empress, give thanks for that moment.
Give thanks for that statement, my lord. Well received.
Blessed love, Rastafari. Floor is open, my Lord.
Blessed love.
Honorable
Praise
Empress.
Yes. I would like to speak on several things. We've talked about so much, and I give thanks for this reasoning. The time is long, but I think it's necessary. You know, we only meet once a week to discuss these kinds of things, and this is some very heavy information, you know, but I give thanks for it, that we're patient and we're sharing and giving our thoughts because, you know, the work is heavy, you know, our responsibility of Rasta is a task. And you know, we have to be mindful that we can't, you know, get weary in well doing. So I give thanks. I wanted to address several things really quickly to sum up my thoughts. Going back a few, we were talking about the responsibility of the priest or the role. So much has been spoken. I'm just going to state my thoughts real quick. One of the priests mentioned that he knew that he was a priest when he was 7 years old. And that's a very profound thing. You know, when you look at the church, I'm just going to say in religion, right? You have many pastors who take on that title for many different reasons. And a lot of times it's not the reasons of it being a very natural, innate thing. They go to college, get educated, and it's very theatrical in the pulpit. And, you know, they lack the spirituality, and it is more so religion. And so I just wanted to make that point. But I also want to make a statement and ask the priest to think about this as well, because you're gonna have young people who are walking the priestly order, which is my son. I'm just giving an example. They're gonna come with the natural ability, the knowledge that maybe even span beyond what the elders who are present, still living the liberty, are walking in. How will you receive those ones who are younger? What is the vision of the future, you know, vision of Bobo Shanti? How will you accept those young ones coming in with the priestly mind, the meditation, the discipline, but they do it in a different way? Are we ready to receive them? And even ones that are younger, maybe 15 or 16, you know, who are ready to receive their turban and the teachings, but they are called also to still be themselves, right? So I know ones may not embrace sports. You know, the empresses talk about this a lot, Empress Trisha specifically, embracing that the youth are called to be who they are, but the responsibility of the priest is to share the wisdom of how things should be, right? And how they should govern themselves as they are going in life, right? So how will ones receive that? And then to make a point of, for myself, coming into Rasta and being introduced as a youth, okay? And I've shared this before, Bob Marley in the music being my entry into it. At that time, which was in the 80s, I would say, it was a very militant and revolutionary kind of movement. Did the mission change? Right? Because time has changed and we have a little more liberty. It depends on how you look at your life. It's still difficult, right? We still are enslaved. There's really no true freedom. So have we lost the focus? Have we lost the fire? Have we lost the drive to continue to be revolutionary, even being priestly? What did the Bobo Shanti look like then? I don't know. I'm a lot younger. Was the fire different? Was the militancy strong? You know, can you be dual within yourself? Meaning, I know the priestly is like, okay, we're going to come humble and, you know, we're going to be meek. And, you know, is that the only way? Is there a fire that still needs to be there? You know, and I think ones have to look at that. You know, what was the focus of the original, the old Rastas? You know what I mean? There was a fight, you know, not talking violence, right? But if that's necessary, I one's willing, you know, not to bring that element in, but just when you think about the seriousness of the movement, you know. And so I just wanted to lift that up and have ones to think about that. Two things. Has the mission changed? What is the fire that is under your feet? You know, to really make ones think about what is it that we need to be doing and how do we do it? And how will we allow the youth to come in with their visions? Is it going to be different? One of the priests had mentioned also, I can't pronounce his name correctly, Barisol. He praised Empress Maisie because she pointed out something about maybe what the priests aren't doing, the more religious versus spirituality. And I had mentioned this before too, in a reasoning sometime last year, that when the priests are doing their works, right, it's not only in the temple, right? Should we be out in the community, amongst the youth, amongst the elders, amongst the community just in general? Can we come out of our robes? You know what I mean? Can you come out of your robes and still be amongst ones in the street, still doing the work? And we have to think about that when it comes to our youth. You may not have even the empresses. They may not be, we just have to accept it. They may not be in skirts all the time. I would say that for myself. I'm not in a skirt all the time, you know, but that doesn't take away from my righteousness and my calling, right? And so we have to also look at our youth who are coming in. Their meditation is tight, and they are studying and reading things that will propel us to the next level. And if we want Bobo Shanti to be the future and to bring in the youth and younger adults, how will we receive them? Blessed love.
I love Empress. Yeah, give thanks. You know.
Full reason and Empress Hakim.
So we see the continuity of the culture moving through. You know. Listen to this prophecy. I want to read in the last two verses in Psalm 22. It shall be accounted to the Lord for a generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness unto a people that shall be born, that he had done this, working salvation in the ends of the earth. So it's a continuing internal manifestation, Empress. We're moving through. Don't know that yet.
I pretty said we'd like to build upon your statement and the Emperor's statement.
Blessed.
Yes, Psalms 8, verse 2. Out of the mouths of babes and suckling has thou ordained strength.
Rastafari.
Because of I enemies. What is hidden from the wise and prudent will not reveal to the babes and sucklings. That is what's going to happen to our youths coming forward. See? And they're going to come with strength, as the Psalm 8 says. You know?
Good try.
So, we give thanks for the Empress statement and the concern of the youths coming forward, what position they're going to take. There they are. Last year I live.
Floor is open.
To the chair. It is only blessed and give thanks. Give thanks, Empress Akim, because it's only natural that number 5 says, as knowledge increases, is our tradition to remain the same. It's only, fitting that while knowledge increases, man changes. You change to fit the times. I know that there's certain words that are taboo within Rastafari, within Bobo Shanti, but it's only a natural. It's only a natural thing change is the one constant that always happen. Not to say you're taking away every single thing from the culture, but there's certain things within the Bobo Shanti liberty that is only for the monastery. Living out here in society, there's a lot of things that cannot happen. And if you want the youths to grow up to be the best of who they can be, we have to allow them the opportunity to do so. I was just writing down some stuff and it crossed my mind when once was speaking while it's freedom, redemption, and repatriation, of course, with compensation. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. What does that look like? What is that? What does that mean? Because if the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, while we seeking for a repatriation, we should still be comfortable in the places that we're living in. Not saying that we are taking up Babylon ways or anything, but doesn't mean that we should consider ourselves poor and have nots. His Imperial Majesty lived an elegant life. He dressed elegant and everything, and I think that we should follow suit. I can understand the ones out there, the farmers out there, tilling the soil, and they're gonna look at certain. Of course, that's only natural, but we shouldn't be putting ourselves down as if we are less than because we are Rastafari. We should be able to look as elegant, speak as eloquent as any other person speaks or looks. We should be able to live in our big houses and drive our nice cars because we work hard. That doesn't mean that we don't have repatriation on our mind. That just means that we're making ourselves and our families comfortable for the time that we are here. And maybe some of I and I or some ones may never make it to the continent because sometimes when you think of it, euphoria, utopia, it should be also a state of mind where your mind is at. If you think that your mind is in heaven, that's what you're going to portray. So as a man thinketh, so is he. If you think that you're poor and have not, that's what you're going to, whatever you put out in the universe is what you're going to receive. That doesn't mean that we condemn anyone because they may not have the same vision. I just heard the prophet speak about Pan-Africanism and it being a new word and so forth. And it may be a new word within this dispensation, just like council of elders is a new phrase in this dispensation. Not that the words are new, but putting the words together within the liberty is new to ones who have not heard it before, but doesn't mean that it changes anything. It's just a set of elders within the Congress sitting together, bringing education, bringing, healthcare and all the different, fulfilling the creed, basically fulfilling the creed. And each of us should be able to do that within our own spaces, the spaces that we are in. Doesn't mean that we don't have, and I'm just repeating myself, so I'm ending right now. Doesn't mean that we don't have repatriation on our minds. Doesn't mean that because I may need to fulfill a specific task for my children or my grandchildren or my household, that because we observe the Sabbath and we know how sacred the Sabbath is to each one of I and I, doesn't mean that if we had something to do that will make our tomorrow easier, that we're not going to do it. Are we not going to do it and then suffer for the entire rest of the week? Especially if it's not something, and I know I'm touching on many subjects, if it's something that we do not do all the time. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Honorable Empress, Majesty blessed. Give thanks for your truth. Give thanks for your expression.
And
Good
my last
question.
thing, Chris, my last thing would be, right? We as Rastafari say we're not political, we don't get in politics, but we're living in a system that determines how we are going to live, where we're going to live, what we're going to drive, what our salaries would be, if we're going to be able to become entrepreneurs and have our own businesses, what we're going to pay for light, water, etc., etc. So maybe we need to look into that, because when we do get to the continent, we have to take part in the system, because His Majesty was a government man, government man, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Honorable Royal Tech Majesty. Yeah, man. These are some questions where no people would even don't want to look at it. You know? So, yeah,
My
man.
lord.
Good meditation.
Let it love, my lord.
Yes, I love.
Chief.
Yes, my lord.
And when you're finished, I think Priest Brown is asking for the chair also.
Okay.
Let it love, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed.
Oh, them 3 set of questions and come off a page. Right. Did the mission change? As knowledge increase, is our tradition to remain the same? I Selassie, I cautioned I and I to be careful not to confuse religion and spirituality. What did His Imperial Majesty mean? Did the mission change? It depends on where is that, cause in my journey started out in 1982, so I come late according to what was there, because I know the Congress was up and running long before I come in Rastafari as a whole. If we check the history, as was up and running. But the problem is that many different aspects, like every Rasta was one, but all of a sudden the word mentioned that we have in this day and age a movement called RMO, which means Rasta Mansion and organizations, and through some of the members, we have come under that. Yet King Emmanuel, our father, said we was never considered a house or a mansion, we was a government. But all of a sudden now, in order to appease our Rastafari brethren in general now, we have become a mansion or we become an house, which we was directly seen as a government. So through the different aspects, and like we said, the youth emergence now, and even the coming of social media and all of these things, that outlook of Rastafari, cause a lot of ones ain't going from grassroots like I, cause one of the first books even in England what talked about Rastafari was by a white woman named Tracy Nicholas. It's called Rastafari, A Way of Life. And it covered different aspects of Rastafari. A virgin named Bongo UI from, I think, Castlefort, Kelly, in I think Mobile region or something. He was mentioned a lot in there, and a mention of the 1958 convention as well, and many other little things. But this was one of the first books to speak of Rastafari in England. And it was a white woman who traveled around, went to Jamaica and other Caribbean islands, and she put out a book, and it was a big bestseller in England. It was in the libraries and the schools and everywhere. I even when I got incarcerated in England, I find back that book, and with a color cover, cause the original one was black and white, but I get back a color one and I take it out of the prison with I when I was released. So that was a popular book. So I, in the minds of who did it, cause time see the longest liver. And like there's some of us who was here, like I hear Savannah, he speaks of a lot of things in his commentary and his reasoning, which I have studied ardent through history, and as him speak them, I resonate with them, because these were the concepts that shaped I man from young to this
Time I
day.
come down, and so that we make it short and sweet.
So how I see it now, the mission has the idea of the mission is the same, but aspects have changed through the oncoming generation, and many who did coin things and set things in concrete have made the journey now. So we couldn't really even hear their opinion, so we have to just use our understanding and try come to a betterment, you know. But I think the sentiments of the mission is the change. I just feel so they're just different aspects and approach, my Lord and Empress.
Through the chair quickly.
My Lord.
I just want to thank the brethren from St. Kitts. No, first of all, I want to thank the Honorable Priest Jermaine for inviting the brethren from St. Kitts, and thank the brethren for, taking up the invitation and coming in to sit with I, to share in the whole aspect of the discussion, but mostly to share, his understanding of what is going on in the islands, especially in his neck of the woods. See, yeah, man, enough respect to the eye, my brother. Don't remember the eye name, but yeah, we give thanks for the eye presence, continuously. Honorable family, the mission has not changed, like the Honorable Priest Adigan said, aspects have changed. And that is a natural, you know, evolution, change is the only constant in life. And if we are not changing with the different decades, the different eras, then we become obsolete. Empress Akim, great questions. One thing I would say is that the priesthood order is not for everyone, and it is not an order of compromise. It's an order of principle. How the principle is interpreted in this new age, will make a difference because interpretations change. That's the one thing that does change within all things. See, and so as we evolve and seek to be pertinent in the influencing space, we have to look at how we are presenting this liberty to the younger generation. We have to make it attractive to them. We have to use the narrative, the language that they are gravitating towards, or we will not get their attention. See, yeah, this conversation has been a long one, starting from when it started 12:30 until now. But as dare I say again, Empress, it was a vital conversation. And we don't spend many times, dealing with these issues. And our Priest Jermaine, I take the eyes advice, to heart. But I must say this, the reason why we placed this conversation at the back end of the reasoning, first of all, it was a priest reasoning. Second, I don't see this conversation needing a lot of addressing, because we all agree that this is not a religion. And we all agree that what the governments of the Caribbean is doing is politicking among I and I. So we are of a consensus right off the bat. We just wanted to highlight it and get it on the record for the generation that is existing right now and for the international family that is listening to these broadcasts from week to week. My Lord and Empress, I do give thanks to be a servant of the Council of Elders, and of the EABIC, you know. Humbly, I am and give thanks, and this will be my roundup for the evening. Blessed Lord.
Majesty, my Lord. And Empress.
To the chair.
To the chair.
Honorable. Okay.
Honorable,
Go ahead, Priest Jermaine, then Priest Oswald.
Honorable Priest Vasavana, summarize everything perfectly. And I wouldn't take or add from what the I say. You know what I mean? And I really give thanks for the I saying we too, organizing, and putting forward these programs saying we too. And let's say and I continue to just get better and better at it. You know what I mean? And work on the progress of I and I people's minds still, cause we here to, publish and conceal not. That is what the Psalms say, and that is what we here to do, So give thanks, my Lord, and Empress saying we too for a beautiful and wonderful program today, Honorable.
Give thanks, Honorable.
Majesty bless.
Priest
Honorable Priest
Oswald,
Oswald.
Stand out, my
Happy
Lord.
last, Philosopher,
the chair.
your
Go
yeah,
ahead.
man. Philosopher,
Yes,
your
my
time,
lord.
man.
I hear what you say.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. All right. Honorable. Well, I have to say, this reasoning was a very intelligent reasoning, and I think it needs continuance. We need to talk about it again because we started talking about certain points. We started from when I came in, I hear about religion and worshiping and stuff like that. And we went down to the duties of the priesthood and priesthood duties, as we are knowing today, things are increasing, so we must expect change. Change wouldn't happen overnight, but we must live and plan and organize for change. The duty of the priesthood is particularly serving and making a bridge between people and the universe, which is spiritualism. And that's why the man say he don't believe in Satanism, because Satanism is a devised set of ideological, philosophical, and religious beliefs which are primarily divided, and it leads us into different theistic ways of spiritual branches and different groups to emphasize on different individualism and skeptics, personal empowerment and celebration for carnal desires rather than worshiping in a literal sense and serving the Father, doing right and adjusting to the changes. Satanism is rebellionism. It's a symbol of rebellion and is against the traditional authority. Key aspects of Satanism is which is most common is the adherent that they do not believe or worship anything literally. They just use forces against the forces of God instead of representing the people. So Satanism, anyhow we look at it, it symbolizes rebellion, carnality, and individuality, and it takes us away from wisdom. But we must continue being the pure priests and the pure empresses that we are of Melchizedek. And to be pure must be cultivated in life humility with prayers and selflessness, while adhering to each other within our little knowledge of information and growing and changing with moral standards and tradition, whether we are pursuing formal or just for living. Our royal priesthood as believers, as worshippers, or as ministry should be about purity, and it should be defined by obeying the truth and serving each others and keeping to our real Rastafari life that King Emmanuel sent for us and that we have to live by. So we must do good and continue doing good. I love the conversation and I hope it continues. My Lord and Majesty, another day. Blessed love.
Blessed love, my Lord. Glorify. And the hour is coming down, so
Just a quick
we have
song.
Honorable Priest Seventh, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord. When the storm come, roof blow off, columns blow down, posts blow down, walls blow down, but the foundation, more time still there to work with. You see,
My
it says the
Lord.
foundation of our mission never change. We might have some new strategies, mechanisms, but the foundation never change. Same thing with our tradition. The foundation of our tradition never change, but we find new ways and means of, making things happen, as simple as that. Blessed love.
My Lord.
To the chair, I would like to ask one question, the priest seven. What is the foundation? What is our foundation? Do we have a one word foundation? Honorable priest seven?
I'm thinking how to sum it up in one word song, Yeah. But as we know,
I think the item will open up a whole another discussion. That's it.
So just a simple
Kind
word.
of,
Let me give you a simple word. Please, pardon me. Let me give him it in a simple word.
Yes,
Our
sir.
foundation, our foundation, if I may say, is unity. We must build off of love and unity. That's the foundation to bring everything together. I don't mean to go too difficult. Just unity is what we need. My Lord and Majesty.
I pray
Give
this
thanks for
alone.
answering your own question, my lord. You
My
really,
Lord.
yeah, you eliminate all the time that we would spend trying
Yes,
to
my
answer.
Lord. Yes, my Lord. All of the love. All of the love. To the
I
royal
pray this
emperors and
alone.
empresses.
My Lord.
And honorable chairman too. To the man from Stenkin. I don't know if you know Zambu and Lil Nut and Waga and them. I was
Yes,
familiar with them, but we'll talk at
all
another
them
time.
in the company.
Priest German, just please give me a call
Yeah.
in your free time.
Yes, I would like to give my thanks for this conversation and so on. Plus, I would make a suggestion, said way, for the high spiritual reasoning within this conversation here. It shouldn't just end here. We should have more of this. And not only that, but invite more houses and mansions as well. One day I said, instead of these houses and mansion government, so that all these houses and mansions could come under this type of reasoning and build a more spiritual strength within a oneness and a unity of Rastafari. See? So I man give thanks and send out invitations to
Rastafari.
other houses and mansions to join into these conversations. Really, I.
Rastafari.
Say hi,
Natural
John.
order, my Lord. What you see
Rastafari.
here, you tell them there, and we all going to meet and raise one to another. That's the mission of the Council of Elders. You know, we have a stretched out arm at all times. You know, my Lord.
There is a fountain filled.
We now hear who that priest Paul, priest Barry, so
They have a mind of its own.
Praise to the floor. I have a question.
Yes.
The Empress mentioned last week of the elder, of two of the elders of Rastafari from the elders' time when we was reasoning. And she mentioned about a priest Franklin. What become of that priest? Does anyone know?
Priest Franklin?
Blessed love.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go on, Empress Lilith. Yeah, Priest Frankie are elder, but he was in part of the Carroll Garden massacre, you know. He was there, he did get caught up in that. I never know said that Priest Franklin did even part of the Carroll Garden atrocities until I heard him on what it was called. An interview on they used to call her Andrea William, but she called herself Tabu Keru or something like that now. And Priest Franklin was on there, but Priest Franklin is a priest what I've known in the. I met him up on Lion Bay if it's the same Priest Franklin. Meet him in
One
the
priest Franklin. One priest Franklin. So yes, my lord. One priest Franklin. The great priest Franklin.
And Empress. I just want to say quickly, Priest Franklin, the last time I behold him, he was here in New York. I think he had passed through Miami same time too. Honorable Priest Merle.
Indiana Long Island priest.
Yes,
The Long
yes,
Island.
yes.
Is that the priest that's suffering with aneurysm right now from those blows in the head?
I'm
I'm
not
not
sure
sure.
of any. I'm not sure of what he really going
I know
through
he's
right
healing.
now.
I know he's
But
healing.
yeah,
I know
but
he's
I know he's
healing, but I
doing.
don't know what he's
Yeah,
healing from right now.
Live
yeah.
stream.
No,
We
my
can.
Lord. Franklin is in New York with his family. And Priest Chris is in daily contact. Priest Chris from Texas is in daily contact with him. Sometimes I speak to him also.
Okay.
Yes, Empress. We need to bring that priest amongst I and I, man. We need to have him more time seeing we too. As the elders, you know? Rastafari. Bless you, love.
My Lord. Bless.
Blessed love.
Yes,
Can I say one thing real quick, real quick? The priest mentioned that this reasoning should be shared amongst all the mansions. And I wanted to say that I feel as though that is the foundation, the unity amongst Rastafari, right? That we're all in one place, reasoning, building, you know? Give thanks.
Blessed Majesty. Any other seal a word? Peace man three. Well, I know you good there, you know. Priest Sevens, my
Close
Lord, you
here,
could have been.
close here,
Yeah.
close here.
Priest Brown,
My Lord,
my Lord.
as you go close to close, but I'm just going to say, give thanks to the royal gathering. What them has said it all. Right now, we have to just keep firm and keep things in practice. But one thing that I want ones and ones for take a little focus on is the migration scheme, which is still a big hamper. Cause learning from even brethren that are presently in Africa, the whole immigration scheme going there to buy land to settle down somewhat change or even make people ones and ones have to take a different approach to repatriation or self-repatriation, you know. But outside
Yeah.
of that subject when we just mentioned there, everything wonderful, my Lord and Empress. The vision and the purpose remains the same. Things and time and people change through circumstances. But the mission, Africa must be free, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Yes, sir.
Give thanks.
And just to
Yes, my
remind you to
Lord.
Honorary Priest Brown, just to remind you, remember, say our father started a migration scheme as well. So, circumstances dictate the action, it's not a one size fit all and not, we can't just sit and wait on repatriation. You understand? If a man can afford him fear, go home. And while you're home, prepare for the others that are coming home. That is how the repatriation will work in this modern day and age.
Yeah.
Majesty.
My Lord.
Fully agree with you, my Lord. Well said.
Majesty bless. And if we don't have no serious reasoning, we'd like to call on priest Jermaine to close it off this evening, my Lord.
Oh, my Lord and Majesty, we give thanks for yet another blessed day and constructive day of reasoning amongst we one another. We give thanks for all empresses, all the priests, all the, invited guests. Well, I ain't guessing because I know who it is, so we give thanks for the Honorable Ras Ira, again from Outer St. Kitts, and I do give thanks. Reverence, four wings globally, earth, land, sky, and sea, said the Black Christ, King Emmanuel the Adonai God, Jah,
Yeah.
Rasta.
Rastafari. Glory be unto our Father, unto the Son, unto the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, Jah world without end. Selassie, Jah,
Yeah. Rasta.
Rastafari. Oh, how good and how pleasant it is for us brothers and sisters to dwell together within one perfect love and unity. It is like the precious ointment that ran down upon the bed, even Aaron's bed that went down to the skirts of his garments. Like the dew of Hermon, like the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. There the Lord God commanded his blessings, even life and love forevermore, within I, Selassie,
Selassie. Jah.
Jah,
Rastafari.
Rastafari. As we asunder apart, it give us inward pain, but we shall be joined in heart and hope to meet again. Most High, Jah, Rastafari.
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 Give thanks, my
So
Lord.
we hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Come to the part. My Lord.
Rastafari. Stand on. Stand on. Give thanks.
Royalty. That's true.
For my
Right.
God is your God, and your God is my God. The more we
All
are
of the love.
together, the
All of
merrier.
All of
the
the
love.
love, Israel.
Yes, I
Hallelujah.
All
know.
of the love.
As priest
All of the
and
love.
priest, as priest and
Hey,
priest, when we say that
last
chant,
year, yeah?
we always end it up with so hail our God Selassie, Jehovah God. That part of the creed. So as
Fire,
priest and priest, whenever we block the behold, how good and how pleasant it is, we end it with so hail our God Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. My
My
Lord.
Lord.
fire,
Yes,
Lord. Give
Lord.
thanks.
After my Lord, I didn't even know my mic was open. I was just meditating. I realized I
Live
thought my mic,
in
I
the live
thought my mic was muted, so I thought I was talking to myself.
Oh,
in the
All right,
live
child.
all
stream.
right, fireman. All right, fireman.
Huh?
In the live
Blessed
stream.
love,
In the live
everyone.
Bless
Massive
and
Blessed love
love.
respect
the
to
one of
all the
God.
priests.
Blessed
Thank you
love
so
Empress
much.
Family.
Akeem,
Don't
Empress
Thank you
forget
so,
Trisha,
so
Bless
much.
our
Empress
family.
Lily May,
Relax.
Empress
Relax.
Macy, Empress Dion, all the empresses, all
Empress
Yes,
the
I.
Trisha,
queens.
for all
Right.
your works. Love,
I
love,
got
love,
grill.
love, love, Empress.
Ras
Bless
Levi.
up, you put your
Bless
head.
them.
Box lock.
Yes,
Bless.
I.
Till we meet again on Nico's feet, Honorable.
My Lord.
Rastafari,
Yes,
divine
my
love.
Lord and
Yes,
Empress.
mm.
Give thanks once more.
Give
Do
Till
thanks
so.
we
for
meet us. Till we meet us
thanks
speak.
Yes, I.
to the
My
upcoming
Lord.
celebration for this month, yeah. You know, my Lord and Empress.
Yeah,
Good too.
all right. Hey, next week Sunday, please God, me not gonna be there, you know, 'cause we are right 60th anniversary His Majesty come at Trinidad. You know? Yeah.
Yes, royal family. Until such time, our blessing.
Yes,
My Lord.
I.
Blessed
Yes,
love,
I.
Empresses.
Blessed.